Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Of the Devil. I'm here with KatFTWynn.
Hello.
We are still working our way through episode 1.
We are.
Will we ever finish it? No. I
Find
don't
out
think
tonight.
so. Yeah, find out.
My eyes!
Okay, so let's just, look at this real quick.
I think we pretty much ended with that note from David of him being a little shit.
Oh, that
info dumping
message.
on Morgan.
Right. Right.
I just made 300 AI, no big deal.
Yeah, that one. Okay. So how'd it go?
Well, how should I put this? Oh. Didn't find shit. Only reason she ever got to a door is because I chased that scarecrow of a platinum plan through hell and back. Frankly, it was a godlike feat for me to nail down anything as concrete as an address for these gogs. And their offices weren't listed on the building's website or directory, so I had to ask the janitor.
But you did find a psychiatrist's office?
Sort of. They said they were, and the place, it, looked the part. Why? Because they had couches? She didn't get past the receptionist.
Sorry, I thought because you're with the company.
No, I wanted to help. I just wish I could have done more. Don't beat yourself up. It's hard to be even half as useful as I am. Damn. For what it's worth, the atmosphere, the looks, the furniture, it did feel like the company in there.
But ultimately, we still don't know if David actually was talking to someone or just getting his CCE training recertified.
Sorry. Don't bother apologizing. She only cares about results.
You did more than enough, both of you. At the very least, they divided Noble's attention for a while. I mean it. Good work, Fran. And thanks for the urgency.
If you really mean that, you could always throw in a tip. 30%'s the going rate in my industry.
How about I take 5% off your tab instead?
Tab? I'm a minor. The state pays for my legal fees. Don't they?
Oh no, a signal must have cut out.
Hey, surprised it took them this long.
What do you mean?
You were tolerated yesterday because leadership was focused on PR. But today, you're the lawyer who put the company's hottest product right in the state's crosshairs.
I'll be alright. I'm still an officer of the court.
Strict timeline though, right? I guess they can't stop you from investigating the corporate campus. But they'll gladly lose your guest pass ID at every door along the way.
There's still service passageways and stairwells. Guards that can be fooled and peons that can be manipulated. If I use my other skill set to get around... What, just murdering everyone? If I just murder everyone, I'll be able to get through. What,
sure.
your pass?
I'll tell him we got ours mixed up in the bathroom, or whatever. I can be a pretty convincing klutz when I need to be.
I never would have guessed. She's being useful, which makes me wonder, did you do it? Did you
I mean, true. But also, why would she even offer to help us if that was the case? No, Baron. River! Can you just take my bowl? Baron wants it. Baron jumped up here to eat my remains. I mean, I finished it. Just thank you. My sly cat.
But if David knew that I was endangering your career...
I can be a pretty convincing crybaby when I'm in trouble, too. Besides, the one and only Dr. David Asher wrote me a new glowing letter of recommendation every quarter I worked for him. since he kept forgetting that he already had. Aw. And who knows, maybe I should try a new field. This detective work is pretty fun, so maybe, like, I don't know, secretary for a homicide detective or something? She wants to be hired by us. Oh, wait, homicide detective. That'd be the other two. You did say cops are all short. A girl with long legs could go far.
Honestly, Jess, I doubt they could afford you.
I mean, yeah, that's definitely true. All right. Morgan? I
This
don't
dude
remember his
again.
voice.
I don't think she did it. It's just like she seems like the least likely person.
Yeah, that's exactly why I was like, she wouldn't surprise me, just because she's like the one under the radar this whole time. How did you?
Get so turned around? God only knows. Lucky I found my way here, though. It's such a relief to see a familiar face.
Right. Listen, Morgan, I'm not sure that I should really actually be talking to you without a legal present.
Oh,
I mean, leadership hasn't even told us how David died. How much help could I be?
I
A
see.
lot. It's not that I don't trust you or anything. It's just, I think, what with the Sarah issue.
You should do whatever you have to protect yourself, Dawes.
Yeah.
Though for what it's worth, I doubt you'll be in any trouble.
Oh, that's good to hear.
No, if anything, it's the big names who are going down.
Going down?
State was practically licking its lips when I finally left the courthouse last night. They're hungry for blood. And looking to carve out a huge slice of Noble's flesh.
What, like fines and jail time?
In the first 2 weeks, sure. Then sanctions.
They can't sanction Noble. Where?
Too big to fail, too valuable to lose. You're exactly right. That's what they'll say. And that's how they'll justify nationalizing the company.
I think I'm going to be sick.
I just hope your board goes quietly instead of
Instead of what?
scapegoating, offering up smaller names on silver platters. Full cooperation and government oversight on the surface, a slaughter beneath as they clean house and rip out anyone who could testify. No one will believe you once you're labeled a disgruntled former employee, right? And if the public's lost faith in the animate 16, they can't do a recall. Not at this scale. The state will make them do a flat refund.
Flat refund. The losses would be.
Yeah, your board probably just wants Sarah to go away so they can focus on their fight with the state. A tough fight, but one they know they won't personally have to risk anything in. That's why I'm hoping I can win this trial. Well, if I won, that would mean Sarah's not an AI, David Asher was always of sound mind, and there's nothing wrong with the Animate 16. Everyone wins. Sorry, what am I saying? I only meant to stop by and thank you for your help yesterday. After all, you were the one who approved Sarah's registration.
You win.
Win what?
Ask away.
Well, if you insist.
Also, now my son is laying on my mouse and keyboard. Or not keyboard, mouse and mouse pad, so. Hopefully he doesn't hang me up or something.
Humor me for a moment. What's the company's official statement on AI?
Same as any rational company that wants to make money. We don't screw with it. Smart products are profitable. Products with their own priorities or anything but. That being said, AI is a concern for marketing, not product development. We spend a lot of money reassuring our public that there's no risk. Because the public doesn't really understand how ironclad the tenets are.
Because you use Tesseract?
Trying to code an AI in tests is like trying to pick yourself up and throw yourself.
I mean, have you tried?
Nonsensical and self-defeating.
Your scanner showed Sarah was running on Tesseract yesterday. If the language is as safe as you say, isn't that proof enough?
Proof of nothing. For an AI, lying to another system about the code you're running is child's play. And for an AI built by David Asher, something that simple would be.
Better change the subject. Wait, so making an AI takes more than time and resources. It isn't an issue of funding?
No, you can just keep adding more data.
Can't.
Oh, you can't just you can't just keep adding more data. Just kidding. The tenets underlie everything. The higher you stack, and the more easily you'll topple.
You make it sound like building an AI is impossible, even for David Asher. Any chance you'll testify to that?
It sounds impossible. But he's dead, and it looks like it was his android that did it. So I guess he was just that good.
Better than you'll ever know.
Oh, well, I just saw tenets unlock, sorry.
Noble spent months promoting the A16 as the culmination of David Asher's work. So now that that marketing line is suddenly a huge liability, can you tell me how much he actually contributed?
I mean, he was involved in pretty much every step of the process, but his design for synthetic motor neurons, that was the big one.
The components that allow your warm androids to move realistically?
It pushed the timetable for warm androids ahead by years.
And yet, compared to what goes on in Sarah's brain 1,000 times a second, David was only giving the company the most meager of the fruits that his private work bore. So if Noble ever did find out how much he and his assistants had achieved, they would feel that he had been holding out on them. And the company, they were appreciative of his contributions.
I'm sure the researchers that he overtook by leaps and bounds weren't pleased. Sorry. Wrong
Are
pipe.
you good?
Yeah, it's just water.
Okay.
But the board was very enthusiastic.
So would that spur them to be protective of David? Or would they fear that he was gaining too much influence, becoming irreplaceable? No, they need a strong motive to justify killing their golden goose. Mere paranoia isn't strong enough. With these people, it has to be the bottom line. And the easiest way to threaten their bottom line would be screwing with their androids. In light of all that's happened, one has to wonder if the A16 is...
Compromised. I stayed up all night sick with dread at the idea. But the data just doesn't support it. Sales have been strong. And the A16 base code was locked in over 2 quarters ago. If there were an issue, we would have caught it by now. And I would have been axed a long time ago.
How many A16s are out there anyway?
We just passed 9 million sold. Not flying off the shelves like the 14 or 15 so far, but the profit margin makes up for it.
You mentioned data?
Yeah, practically got the spreadsheet seared into my retinas. What do you want to know?
Error
Oh, I guess we
reports?
can't ask about the tenants anymore. That's rude.
No, I think it'll go back. I think this is just like an extension of this topic. So I'm going to assume that it'll let us go back. Error reports? What do the error reports look like? Are customers reporting a lot of issues?
Error counts are markedly low compared to the last gen. Mostly hardware complaints, it looks like.
I'm not sure it does. Oh, you're not sure it does go back? Well, oh well.
Well, because like it was locked, so I was like, oh, we can't do that. And then as you click the top one, it unlocked. I was like, well, that was rude.
I kind of thought that this was just a line of questioning that we could just go through the whole thing instead of it being a choice of what to ask.
Sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't, and I never know when it's going to do that. There was something else that had done that. Because like when you did 21, it does that sometimes, and we didn't think
Yeah.
it would go back. So we were like, oh. Batteries running out too quick, eye tracking off by a degree or two.
Typical stuff.
As cliched as it sounds, 99% of these things get fixed once they turn auto updates back on.
So no killer robots getting filed away under bug reports. Okay, distribution patterns. How and where are they being sold? What's the distribution pattern look like?
They're distributed like you'd expect. Places where there are more people, there are more androids. Coastal cities like ours, of course, have the most of all. And since the A16 in particular is marketed as being relatively luxury, relatively consumer, they don't sell well outside population centers. They can do the rural hard labor jobs, but cold models can do the same work with a lot less maintenance.
So where has the A16 outperformed then?
Customer service, healthcare, childcare, lots of hospitals, offices, and, adult industries.
Oh.
That doesn't surprise me. Sorry, didn't mean to be blunt.
No, it makes sense. They're warm and soft to the touch and obedient. I'm just surprised to hear it from a company employee.
There are a lot of people at the company who won't talk about it.
It shows up again? Okay. It'll go back.
Sick.
Didn't
Thank
unlock
you guys.
until I exhausted every other option. Okay.
Okay, cool. But I work in quality assurance. I've seen too many damages to pretend it's not happening.
Damages?
What we call it when a customer tries to return a product that's clearly broken beyond repair.
Oh.
Why would they have done that? Very high turnover in the pink market.
Hasn't stopped you from selling to them.
Well, we don't sell to them, not directly. But there are resellers, and the company's never pretended to be interested in going after them.
Are there resellers? I thought I read that Right to Repair got shot down again.
There's been a gray market for softer androids for years, or decades, depending on your definition of android. Based on the sales numbers I've seen, RTR getting canned was barely a blip in the radar. Sorry, didn't mean to make you uncomfortable with this topic.
Huh? Me? No, I don't care. I just realized my left sock's on inside out.
What a wild thing to notice mid-convo. I mean, I'm assuming she's lying, but really funny. Damn, now I'm wondering about that myself.
He bought that?
Thank you.
Yeah. This floor is basically a showroom, but you have a real factory a while south of the city limits, correct?
Yeah, biggest company manufacturing complex in the hemisphere.
Got any data on the shipping out of there? Anything stand out?
There's some prep work for the holiday bump, looks like. Might sound early to get started now, but we usually see... Huh?
Something wrong?
No, the numbers are all normal, but the data's been edited.
Is that unusual?
Well, the sections just account of how many were sent where. There's not a lot of room for errors, so there shouldn't be much need for correction. It's no problem, though. I can view the edit history and see what was fixed. Okay, that's weird.
Was something added? Deleted?
No, the overall sum's the same. It's just a bunch of swaps. Like here, 29 FFCE-010311 taken out, returned for adjustments. 27 FCDD-019634 substituted in. Shipment leaves on time. 67BBTC-899543 returned to assembly for revisions, replaced by 67BBTD-592698. Shipment leaves on time.
So does all that strike you as odd, Mr. Dawes?
Replacements before shipping isn't uncommon, but when it happens by the batch load. To spot individual unit imperfections among a shipment at that stage in the process must have been someone with a lot of experience or authority. Probably both.
Must have? You don't know who made these changes?
I can tell you they were somebody important. So, I was wondering if he was in on it, but now him being surprised surprises me.
I think he just is getting caught up in it. Like, he's just low on the, on the ladder and...
Right.
I mean, unless he was, like, unknowingly helping What's-Her-Face, Young.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, if, like, she got him to do work for her, but it seems like he's unaware.
Yeah, I mean, if she did, I think he's not aware of it.
Yeah.
Small last-minute changes to which androids got shipped out? Not very juicy on its own, and it's a long ways away from explaining why someone would want to kill David. But it was hidden, and that means someone didn't want it to be found. Okay, thanks for sharing that data.
Sure. Did you find what you were looking for?
Hell if I know.
Fair enough.
There's the tenants.
All right.
I know you're convinced the tenants are safe. So how do you square that with what happened to David?
There's a cat next to a dog.
Click, click.
What? First answer that comes to mind is the dog to the left or to the right. What? Can we be wrong?
I don't know. It could be either. Which one do you want to pick?
I mean, my thought was just, I don't know, left.
I'd say the dog's on the left, the cat is on the right.
You might expect half of people to say left, half to say right. But actually, their answer is almost entirely dependent on their native tongue. Whether it's... Oh, that makes sense. I was wondering that, too. Whether it's read right to left or left to right. The language that they speak affects how they process information. Their language affects how they think. I will say my instinct was to say right. And then I was like, nah, I think if I'm actually going to think about it, I'd pick left. And it's the same for machines.
I was also leaning right.
Yeah, like I was.
Know why.
My first thought was just like, I don't know, right? And then I was like, nah, I think if I were to actually think and pick, I tend to go left when at a crossroads. I don't know why, though. I think because I assume everything wants me to pick right. So I always go left. People can learn new languages, and it can change our perspective. But machines can't learn a new source of code. Every update's a reincarnation. If that android did kill David, it isn't because of a 0 returned as a 1 somewhere. It's because there's something fundamentally wrong with it. Or it can be hacked. And personally, I think it's cruel to bring something that flawed into the world. I mean, wouldn't that be humans?
Yeah.
Because you could argue that about, like, a kid. And you can't know how a kid's gonna turn out.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Don't know if I agree with that.
Unnecessarily cruel.
Any other questions before I go find a hole to hide my head in? I mean, I guess in this game, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, they already augment their bodies to be the best too, and they don't like the idea of being average as it is. Having kids is unnecessarily cruel. Like, yeah, you can use it the other way around too, yeah.
I'd like you to take a look at this.
Chemistry's a little outside my purview. What is this?
A compound found in David Asher's blood.
Yeah, I figured that she would take that personally, or like, not personally, but she's already kind of identified with how Sarah's being perceived because of her being a sociopath. Wouldn't surprise me if they're making more parallels. The poison? What is it?
It didn't match anything in any database the medical examiner had access to.
That's crazy.
Here's a crazy idea to follow it up. See if it's a match for anything in Noble's internal databanks.
We don't make poison here. I'm not sure what that would accomplish. See, but you do?
Yeah, but you can.
Yep.
No, but this is a factory floor. You could be making baby blankets out there. You'd still have hazardous materials around.
You think it was something industrial? We know it was. Suppose it could be. Looks like it's carbon-based. Narrows it down a lot. It's not exactly...
What is it?
It doesn't make any sense, but it's a match for patent NOD-52345-S. A synthetically produced neurotransmitter analog for usage in organic android components. Sorry, I keep flipping from saying like a dual number versus single digits because I stopped committing.
That's okay. Serotonin. That explains a lot. A neurotransmitter would interact directly with the nervous system, in David's case, depressing it enough to put his life in danger. It also explains why it was a preset in his personal manufacturer. Sarah's nervous system, worth 10 times its weight in platinum, must be pumped full of it.
So they think that was what killed him?
Helen Young led the development of serotonin, didn't she? Guilty. She did it.
Yeah. I mean... She definitely feels the obvious choice, right? Because she was there when it happened and stuff.
Also, I think, like, she would have a motive more than this dude because...
Oh, yeah.
Of...
That's why I thought they were together, but...
Yeah, because of, like, competitiveness.
Yeah.
In the field.
And she knows a lot about him.
Mm-hmm.
Robot SSRIs? Yes, she did.
I should go and ask her about its composition then.
Normally, someone at her level wouldn't be able to answer specific questions about a compound formulated years ago. But she does have a reputation for being very detail-oriented.
That works out nicely then.
They say she's the type of person to micromanage how much water people drink in a 15-minute stand-up. What? Like, comedy? I heard a rumor that she once said bathroom breaks are timesheet theft.
Oh, no.
Wow.
Oh, no.
Yep. Just the standard CEO.
Aren't they?
I'm
kidding. No. But you should be careful about criticizing a superior where people could be listening. Good thing we've got privacy in your office.
Uh-huh. No one but the two of us listening in.
Thanks for cooperating, Dawes. When the state storms the building and starts zip-tying people, I'll let them know that you were helpful.
Yeah, nice joke.
She's like, haha, it wasn't a joke.
Yeah. You are joking, right? You'll find out. Oh, one more thing.
One more thing. That unlocked.
Unlocked.
Actually, there is one more thing I wanted to ask you.
What's that?
How long have you been a corporate spy?
Damn. What?
I have tact. I am Morgan. Yesterday, this music got so intense. You let it slip that you worked in consulting? Had your guard down because I'm not part of the industry.
I was a consultant. What are you talking about?
When I walked in here, you said you didn't know how David died. But just now you called serotonin a poison.
What? I just assumed if a chemical was found in a dead man.
And I'm sure you've got practiced answers to every logical point I could raise. So I'll just say this. Does the nervous guy bit really work on people?
Keep your cool and people don't know what you're thinking. But if you act a little jumpy, they feel inclined to calm you down. Before they know it, they're spilling their guts just to have something to fill the silence with. Damn. Though it's not
Yeah, give me
entirely an
those
act
chips.
these days. To answer your question, I did 3 tours in consulting. Oh, the green has turned very desaturated.
Mm-hmm.
That's fascinating. 4 quarters of internal affairs, spy hunting at the Western Division. Then 8 embedded at Howe Industries. I wish I'd like change his voice. 24 months wearing different faces. 24 months wearing different faces, answering to different names, sleeping for 1 hour at a time with a 3D printed shiv under my pillow. My nerves are completely shot. My cover wouldn't last a day if I went back under.
So you're a spy for Noble?
Retired.
You're working 6 days a week.
5.5 days a week, and in quality assurance. Trust me, this position is a cushy, generous reward for my past services.
Well, you can't be that retired. You clearly know more than you're letting on.
I have some old inboxes I still check.
So can you tell me what the hell is happening around here? Why I'm the one investigating David's death while your old coworkers are off twiddling their thumbs?
It's that story. The soldier, the blood transfusion.
Oh. Yeah, we picked that up a while ago.
Yeah.
Blood, not Occident. He's finally shooting straight. Did something happen to him afterwards? Did the transfusion not last?
No, there's nothing wrong with the blood. It's the story itself. There was a soldier, and he did get injured. But it was on a base during a training exercise. There was a medical tent 10 meters away the whole time. The transfusion was just a fortuitous live test. His life was never in any danger.
Doesn't make for much of a tearjerker.
Not even a good photo op. Which our competitors understood. One of them, maybe a few of them, got a hold of the story, started puffing it up, astroturfing, painting over socials and virals. By the next morning, we had the military thinking we're leaking like a sieve. Meanwhile, the media is bombarding us with requests for videos and interviews and data. And the state's praising our tech with one side of their mouth while threatening to mist us with the other for getting so greedy. Everyone in Noble CCE has been slammed ever since. Trying to find an off-ramp for the story we can walk. Back the claims without torpedoing our state contracts. I don't know what happened to Asher, whether it was AI gone rogue or company infighting gone too far. But I can tell you, it wasn't done by consultants. That all you wanted to know? Interesting.
Oh, we can ask about the psychiatrist.
We could.
We
I
might
don't
as-
think he'll know, but might as well.
We might
Yeah,
as well.
more
we
info.
we have the option, so. You worked in CCE. Was David actually seeing a psychiatrist, or was it all cloak and dagger bullshit?
I know that office. Know some old coworkers who see them.
So it's a front?
They do both. Well, yep, okay. So he was probably getting training, and he was probably talking to someone. Sorry, not the answer you were hoping for.
Hoping. I wasn't hoping for any answer. The answer I expected was...
You okay?
That's all. Unless you've got any advice.
He seems the most to notice when she's thinking internally. You're
Well,
saying you want a consultation?
he also puts on a front, so maybe...
Yeah, so it's interesting that they're catching each other.
Couldn't hurt, right?
This company. All these companies hate to lose. So don't fight them. Make them think you're fighting for them.
Well, that's just business as usual for me.
True. It would be funny if I had not been told as an adult I get up from my desk too much. So you want me to piss on the floor? Yeah. And it never came up again. That, hey, scare them. Oh yeah, good job.
Thanks, Joker.
I'm also really bad at remembering to save, so. I always think whenever it's like, oh, here's like an option between two things, I think save because, oh god, save scubbing. But otherwise I forget to save. Morgan and Dawes. Oh my god.
Up until now, there's been this grating ambiguity about what actually killed David. We've had to use guesses and process of elimination, and even a goddamn pseudonym. But I finally identified what the poison was. Now I just need to figure out how it got there. Or rather, who put it there. Which brings me back to here. An elevator shaft somewhere under or above ground with kilometers of concrete facelessness and bureaucratic authority surrounding me on all sides. An enemy in every cubicle and every office of every floor of this temple. Built to interpret the inscrutable divinations of a temperamental oracle named Share Price. Back in the belly of the beast. And yet I feel more at ease now than I have all weekend. Makes sense. Now that I know Noble's my enemy, I know where to aim. The dick! All that's left to do is... pull the trigger. The Heartbreak Killer strikes again.
Yeah.
Good thing I didn't bring a knife to this fight.
No,
I brought my gun.
Yeah!
And that sound just now tells me that it's playing its role perfectly. I'll never have a real use for a firearm with this much bloatware. But just by carrying it around and paying attention to when the hard safety flips on, I'll always get a heads up when the police have entered the vicinity.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. Heartbreak Killer, nah, now we got the dick shot murderer.
That would be so funny.
Hi, Detective Reyes. It's Morgan.
Chuckles.
Chuckles. Happened to get your contact info when you got me cleared for the crime scenes yesterday.
Delete contact. Block this contact. Stop voice to text. How to stop voice to text.
Just wanted to check in.
Report this contact voice to text disable.
And advise you that Noble's scared shitless of you stomping in and nationalizing the place. So they might be a little uncooperative when it comes to fetching documents.
Block this contact. What makes you think we are at Noble?
My bad then. Forget I said anything. And whatever you do, don't start your investigation with their stock buyback program.
Trying reverse psychology, it only works if I care what you think. Stop voice to text. Amazing.
About time. Thought I'd have to ride the elevator for the next half hour.
Interesting that she's kind of helping the cops, though.
I mean, I'm sure she's doing it for her own personal gain.
I mean, definitely. Yeah. Morgan, counselor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors.
Deja vu.
Might you have a moment to speak in private?
Always, but who's asking?
The board. Oh, we're playing Control now? Baron, what are you? Baron, my son.
What are the chances? I've been waiting to speak to them too.
Oh. Interesting.
Noble Electronics Northeastern HQ. Conference room 108A. Hello?
Hi, Young. Evangeline Morgan.
Helen Young.
Thank you for making time in your schedule.
Her posture, her tone, the fold of her clothes. Professional. Dialed up to 11. Corporate armor, a full set. Her guard is up. Just Morgan is fine.
You're just a few minutes early, Morgan.
Typical corporate, never be the first one to show up, pissing contest. Nonsense. It doesn't even make sense. They called me in here. How could I possibly be early?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Whoa.
Sorry.
Hello?
Okay.
It really wanted you to pick that, apparently.
Can it do it again? I can't get it to do it again. Well, let's pick this one then. It seemed like it wanted us to. Flip the script.
Yeah.
Oh, that's embarrassing. I didn't mean to catch you all off guard. I'll go wait outside in that case so you can all collect yourselves. I'm just surprised that Noble Electronics could screw up something as simple as a meeting start time. But I'm not well versed in the art of staring at emails.
Damn. Oh, that got us chips. Well, I guess the cursor knew.
The cursor knew.
You've made your point, counselor. Don't push your luck.
She dresses like a Jedi.
She does. That's true. Not with these people.
Might I dare to ask who these people are?
You don't have time to remember their names, and it won't do you much good either.
Right. So they're not just rich. They're anonymous rich?
The Mob Act guarantees a minimum level of security and peace of mind for any citizen who might be targeted due to their financial status.
Spoken like a true believer. Except Mob Act is what normal people call it. Touting the party line, but allowing yourself one instance of rebellion? Or just a slip of the tongue? I would never fault anyone for wanting their privacy, especially not job creators. But it must get pretty inconvenient not having a name to call them.
Really? Ooh, bear. Sorry, my son started scratching his eyeball. Conversations with them are always one-sided.
Sounds like a great environment to do business in.
Look at the building you're standing in. We managed to eke out a meager profit somehow. So if it works...
Didn't take you for the might makes right type.
And I didn't take you for a clueless bore incapable of reading the room. Damn.
Sorry, did I say something off color? I was only being casual since it's just the two of us in here.
Tisk.
Maybe we should take advantage of this rare bit of privacy. Clear the air.
You're here to ask about Sarah, yes? As I said before, I had no idea that Dr. Asher had been building an android on his private property.
Do we believe that?
Yep, no. And I can say here and now that no one at Noble Electronics ever suspected that he was working to undermine the tenant framework.
She's trying to sound candid in her tone, but she's choosing her words with a surgeon's scalpel. Was she coached? Is that the truth? Or is that your statement as VP of Android Futures?
It's both, of course. Dr. Asher was always more than happy to hold himself up and work independently. We both know that.
True. He could be pretty reclusive. I'm sure it caused all kinds of headaches, him disappearing on you all like that. Must have been especially difficult when he came back with breakthroughs that propelled Noble to the top of the industry.
You should take a seat. If that's everyone, shall we begin?
Ugh.
Sound only.
Friendly bunch.
Is there a problem with bunch of CEOs? Sorry.
Yeah, on a Zoom call. Is there a problem with the sound? Anyone get muted by accident? I think they're all muted on purpose.
They're all
They're all
muted, but
muted.
their cameras are on. So they can see us, but we can't see them.
Or hear them.
Yep. No.
Okay. Thanks for having me. I don't want to take too much of your time. I'm actually a bit flustered having you all show up here. I didn't expect to talk to anyone higher up than a service associate.
You're investigating the death of Dr. David Asher. Why wouldn't we take that seriously?
Because you want me to go away. At least, half of you do. The others aren't sure yet.
You must be confused. The board is, as always, united in its decisions and its visions for the direction of this company.
Uh-huh. A board of directors is just 13 roulette rolling psychopaths who get together and vote on whether or not to execute their CEO every 6 months. None of them would be where they are if they were anything else. But I happen to know how that kind of person thinks. The way I see it, there are 2 possible outcomes. Option 1, you oppose me. Shut me out completely, stonewall me, stall me, and wait for me to walk into trial so unprepared and ill-informed that I inevitably lose. Obviously, I don't like this option. But you can't be big fans of it either. If I lose, the world will learn that David Asher was killed by an android he programmed. Then every customer you've ever had, and every lawyer they've ever seen on TV, and every firebrand strapping young 60-year-old junior senator looking to make a name for themselves will use your company balance sheets as their personal chew toy.
The company is more than capable of.
After which, the state still might just gobble you whole and throw down enough sanctions to deperson whomever among you cries, "No fair."
I keep drinking poorly.
Well, drink better.
Ah!
You okay?
Yeah. I just watered down the wrong pipe again. The company and its allies at the Capitol can more than fend for themselves.
Yes, probably, but not definitely. Which makes it a gamble. Still my turn to talk? Then on to option 2. You cooperate with me. I use what you give me, or forge for me, to win at the trial, proving that David wasn't killed by an android. When the markets open tomorrow morning, you'll all get another round of stock buybacks in on the initial dip. Then pat yourselves on the back for staying calm as you continue to profit off David's legacy for the next 100 years. And you won't even have to worry about him speaking out of turn.
That only if you win. If the company cooperates with you, denies that David was killed by, and the state beats you anyway, it would be catastrophic.
Yeah, it's a gamble. But if at least some of your board wasn't considering taking it, I wouldn't be here. We're all busy people, and I'd hate to drive a wedge between such a close-knit group of friends. So how about this? Option 3. Hedge your bets.
What?
Put a little on black, put a little on red. Spread the love and lower your risk profile. Don't make any statements about the trial. Tell the media the state's got your windpipe in a vice. Wait until just before the markets open Monday morning to send out your PR packages for rubber stamping, after you already know who's won. One way or another, this trial will be over before the end of the day, and you'll never hear from me again. So just don't shut me out completely for another few hours.
And does anyone second that motion? Hi, baby. Thank you. Very well. We can answer some of your questions, counselor.
Better make them count then. No reason to be shy now. The poison that killed David Asher has been identified as synatonin. You're familiar?
It's one of our many patented materials, as I recall.
You recalled it pretty easily yesterday. Gee,
Yep.
What's changed?
But intellectual property law can be very complex, counselor. I'm not sure how much I or anyone at the company could tell you about serotonin at this time.
Well, if you can't tell me about it, who could? You did lead its development, didn't you?
Yes, I oversaw the project, which just makes it that much harder to speak freely without compromising the confidentiality of the teams that reported to me.
I understand. That sounds like bullshit and I don't believe it. But I'm not asking for trade secrets here. It's a perfect match for the only foreign substance found in his blood. Serotonin is what killed him. The state will say the same.
That's not possible.
Care to elaborate?
I'm sorry, but I can't say more at this time.
Bitch. So much for cooperating. And if I were to ask you as an officer of the court?
Then I would ask you to be patient and wait until this afternoon. ADA Rockford has already called me to testify.
Great.
Oh.
Already? Damn it. I got cocky because of the cops' late arrival. Emma must have gone straight for the throat first thing this morning and left the investigating for later. Hell, knowing her, she probably managed to ID the serotonin before she went to bed last night. So are we still having this conversation then?
As I said, I'm sorry. But I have to take more than just my personal feelings into consideration here. There's a great deal at stake, like money.
Corporate speak for, you're too stupid to understand why I'm being dense. She's just trying to shield the company, plain and simple. LARPing as Helen Young Dark on a crusade against government overreach. But if she's that busy defending Noble, she might be leaving herself unguarded. Why is she here anyway? Why am I speaking to her, not her lawyers? That's right. This is a vulnerable position for her. She wouldn't put herself in check like this, not unless she was forced to. So that's it. Oh, God. Blackjack.
Oh, no, not again.
Not
Well,
again.
Before doing this, well, we can finish this so that way you can see the options, but I just need to run to the bathroom and feed Baron because he's starting to get restless.
Okay. So that's it. Acting as their mouthpiece isn't some honor for her. This is a punishment. She's being used as a meat shield. They're upset with her,
Discord.
perhaps even suspicious of her. Time to find out why.
All right. And also, I know we got a bunch of, like, files and stuff, too, but...
Yeah, we do have files to look at.
I will be back in a few minutes.
Okay.
I'll just feed my son so he doesn't start knocking shit down. Back.
Hello. Welcome back.
Hello, hello. It's so hot in our apartment.
Okay, so...
River baked
Did
delicious
you want-
cheesy bread, but it made everything hot. Yeah, sorry.
Did you want to make? Did you want to look at all this evidence that we got?
Yeah, probably should. Especially
Okay.
if we're doing this, I guess.
David's journal, the personal journal of David Asher, with entries dating back to several years ago. Early entries describe how he and Helen Young used to drink cheap liquor together from plastic cups to celebrate their victories. Later entries detail Sarah's early growth and David's feelings towards her. Last entry ends abruptly, dated a week ago. Okay. Psychiatrist, question mark. David Asher supposedly met with a psychiatrist on more than one occasion in the past few months, but said psychiatrist worked at an office that reminded Jess of Noble and took Fran hours to locate. It remains unclear whether he was receiving coaching in counter-corporate espionage practices or if he was getting genuine psychiatric care, or both.
Or both.
Or both. Shipping data. Logs detailing the shipping information for several thousand different Animate 16 worm androids sold by Noble Electronics over the last few months shows a number of individual models being swapped out before shipping. The data shows signs of being tampered with or at least edited fairly recently, something only employees at Evan Dawes level or above could do.
Well, I guess his level too.
Yeah.
Serotonin. A substance found in the bloodstream. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
A substance found in the bloodstream of David Asher after his death has many similarities to the chemical makeup of a depressant drug produced by Noble Electronics as a patent-protected synthetic neurotransmitter, a key ingredient to every warm android they manufacture. All right. And I think we got some words, but I don't know if you want to look at those now or later.
Yeah, we can look at them. We can look at them now. So Sarah would have this in her, right?
That's what she said,
Serotonin?
was she was like hugely made up of it, like swimming in the stuff is what she said.
So if it wasn't made in that nano manufacturer or whatever, could it have come from her? Like her body?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was thinking, but like what? Did she spit in his drink? Like what?
Well, I didn't know if she would have had some kind of like injury or something that would have caused a leak.
Oh, maybe, and she didn't know it. But she also, oh no, how depressing would it be if she accidentally did and he drank it and then realized afterward and then was like, I don't want her to think, like, no, she killed me because it wasn't on purpose or anything. So he like wipes her memory.
Yeah, I don't know.
That'd be so sad.
It would make sense why he'd want to manufacture it if he needed more for her.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know.
Thank you for the welcome back, chat.
Okay, terms.
I may need to go get a fan later, but we'll see.
Okay.
GOG slang, now net slang for a spy or undercover police officer. A net slang term growing the popularity among adolescents, referring to a suspected spy or undercover member of law enforcement, derived from groundhog or burrowing rodent, known for standing erect on its hind legs when scanning its surroundings for predators. The term carries a negative connotation, with the implication being that the subject is doing a poor job of blending in or disguising their surveillance activity, e.g., easy GOG spotted who wears a blank baseball cap to a protest. You do it for episode 2, you can pull up terms and evidence on all screens.
Hopefully.
That'd be nice. Oh my god. Mob Act, Protection of Reasonable Anonymity Act. The Protection of Reasonable Anonymity Act is a law passed in 2059 and amended in 2061, intended to protect the safety of individuals with income above the 99th percentile of the nation. The 1%. It protects the 1%. Labeled in the press as the Mob Act for its supposed goal of hindering mob justice, the PRAA establishes procedures and funding for technology that helps individuals within that particular tax bracket keep their name, face, and address off the main net, ensuring that they and their families are not prejudiced against just because of their financial status. Economic uncertainty and civil unrest in the late 2050s led to a series of highly publicized crimes wherein corporate executives at a number of high-profile companies were stalked, harassed, and assaulted in net organized flash lynchings. After a particularly chaotic attack that resulted in the hospitalization of a 14-year-old, the PRAA was proposed, debated, and signed into law in just under 11 hours. You know, maybe we don't think about the fact of why the 1% is targeted, and maybe making it more even and better of a place for everyone. No, we just hide them. Okay. A flash lynching case has not gone into trial since 2062, but the PRA continues to protect citizens to this day. Some economists have pointed to the PRA and its promise of anonymity as to why the nation has enjoyed a relative resurgence in corporate immigration over the last few decades, but the purposefully obscured nature of the law's implementation have made the task of weighing its true economic impact effectively impossible. They deserve their wealth, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
Sanction. Financial restrictions imposed on parties by the state. Sanctions are financial restrictions imposed by the state against corporations or foreign governments as a punitive measure. They are a key tool in statecraft, international negotiations, and in discouraging corporate malfeasance. Under certain conditions, the state may choose to place sanctions not on an organization but on an individual, thereby preventing them from exchanging currency issued by that nation or withdrawing funds from banks that operate within that country's borders, effectively freezing all their assets and possibly preventing them from leaving the country. Okay, I think that's it.
92 chips. Let's go.
Let's save after we read all that. Okay.
No, makes sense.
So we're already at 12. Great place to start. So what do you think we should ask about?
We have nothing to go off of, right? We're just asking.
I mean, there's
Anything
always
we
a
want to
wrong
know info
answer.
on? Yeah.
I don't think we should ask about Sarah because I feel like she's given us nothing about Sarah.
I'm thinking she'll purposely avoid anything about Sarah.
Yeah. And I mean, she
Because
keeps saying she didn't
of
know about Sarah, right?
Yeah.
So
she'll just say the same thing.
yeah, I don't think she's going to give us any information. I think jealousy is an interesting option because we've already kind of talked about that. Whereas, like, that's kind of a motive for her. I don't know if she'd be honest about it. David's will. Hold on, let me look at his will real quick.
Yeah. She looks like if Cortana demanded to see a manager. Yeah.
Wait, where is it?
Definitely.
That's the papers and valuation.
Is it at the top?
Journal, cup, contract, autopsy. Is it just these?
Because his will wouldn't be the journal.
Mm-mm.
So what the fuck would be his will? Unless we're bringing up the journal.
Unless it's just Sarah's papers. But I thought that that his will was its own thing. Maybe not.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I could see asking her about
we don't have it? I think the point is you don't know about it. I guess, yeah, if you're that big and had that much money, you would probably have a will of some sort.
So what? The only thing we know about it is Sarah?
Yeah, is that he gave us Sarah. But that wasn't even a will. That was just something he wanted before he died.
I do think that because they were friends, like maybe she is angry that he left Sarah to Morgan and not her.
That would not surprise me.
So maybe talking about the will would talk about that?
Maybe.
I don't know. What do you think?
I am most curious on how she'll react with jealousy, but I think it's a high risk. Could go horribly wrong.
Do you want to start with the will? And just see if she'll say anything?
Yeah, and then we can like do the other one if need. But I agree with you that I don't think she's going to give us shit for Sarah.
I don't think so either. Hey, Spider, how are you?
Hello.
Has David's will been located?
Had never gone anywhere. It's still in a safety deposit box. What? We'll retrieve it and have it read once all the unknowns surrounding his death have been made into knowns.
So David's will hasn't even become part of the equation yet? I mean, I guess not the full thing.
I bet she already knows it.
It might not be for weeks at this rate. Is that calculated, though?
So what does it say if you hover over it?
Aren't you dragging your feet? Oh, I don't think we want to say that.
Yeah, because they would just do it later.
We only got one increase, so let's stay.
Yeah.
Do you want to try jealousy? See
if
it throws her over the edge.
Yeah.
I have to admit, I'm surprised you aren't more shaken up today, Miss Young.
I'm processing.
Are you an android? Tell me the truth.
Yeah, seriously. She's another one of his AI.
Oh my god, what a twist. After all, you and David did have a history. You started at the same time, didn't you?
Yes, we were colleagues and cordial with one another.
Just colleagues?
colleagues?
Well, we could press on that because they're more than that from what we know.
Yeah.
Right? Like, they were kind of at least a little bit friends, considering she was at his house.
Yeah, but I don't know if they were if that's implying were you dating? Like jealousy as in like jealousy was I mean, I don't know.
I mean, maybe that's the angle that they're taking. But like we also don't know if she was interested in him. Romantically. Maybe she was. I don't know. But like
this
I don't
would let us know if she was or wasn't, but with a high risk, high reward depending.
Yeah. I mean, we're not really accusing her. We're just kind of asking like, "Oh, is that all you were?" Cuz they were definitely more than just colleagues because she was at his house and they have their like ritual where they, you know, drink from plastic cups. They've known each other for so long. So they have to be at least like somewhat friends.
Definitely. Yeah.
Maybe more like maybe she was jealous of the musician.
Maybe. Or just like the fact
he was
he
a musician.
Pay attention to her in more of a way. Yeah.
Maybe. See, I thought the jealousy was more
his work.
I thought the jealousy was more going to be on a professional.
That's what I thought initially.
But if I don't know. I mean, even if they are friends, she still could be jealous of Morgan.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, we can see. Don't be so modest. You helped him create the 1-point doctrine that saved the company.
That is a gross exaggeration.
She's sweating.
She is sweating. Noble is far too large an organization to be affected by the contributions of any single individual.
That's not true.
Yeah.
I mean, David's whole thing is that he is kind of like one of their best
minds.
Yeah. I don't think that's true. Suppose you're right. No one person could change Noble's fortunes overnight. Except for David Asher, of course. Yeah. That's what I just said.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But he was a once-in-a-generation talent. The guy Noble chose for the advertisements and the one they commissioned editorials about. Sorry. You're right. I shouldn't have equated the two of you. Ooh.
Damn.
I just hope. Oh, okay. So this is how we're playing it. We're gonna like piss her off, and then maybe she'll say something.
So we were right about jealousy about the job, though.
Yeah. I just hope his 1-point doctrine doesn't fall out of favor now that he's gone.
Yes, well, certainly we wouldn't want that.
A corporate booty call? Is that what we're calling it?
Yeah.
Well, she didn't exactly explode with rage, but she definitely reacted.
Yep.
Yeah, there's no her throwing her hair like in Phoenix Wright, if only.
Yet.
There's real jealousy there. Whether it ever boiled over, though. Oh,
David and Noble.
I don't... I mean, that's new. I feel like... I still don't think... I don't think asking about Sarah is going to get us anywhere.
Yeah.
We already asked about the will, and I don't think we want to press on that because... It was just like, oh, are you dragging your feet? I don't think that's really gonna do anything.
Yeah.
We might be able to get something out of her with this one.
Maybe.
We could at least look at what the press is. Provided this doesn't, you know.
Right.
We could look at what the press is and then see. Hopefully, I mean, this shouldn't be too much, but... I didn't mean to pry about your relationship with David, or lack thereof. I suppose I'm just curious about his standing inside Noble as a whole.
Damn. David Asher was...
Morgan's
so
something else.
Savage. David Asher was, and always will be, an outstanding contributor to the company's forward progress.
Okay, it was just one.
Nothing will ever change that.
Not even if he was killed by one of his own creations. She's sweating now.
Yep. That would, of course, be a tragic element that would call for reconsideration of his legacy.
Did she try to frame Sarah so that she could, like, ruin his legacy and, like, take credit?
Maybe. And be
So
like, but you can trust me.
Be like, see, he wasn't that smart. His android killed him.
Yeah.
Wasn't a real asset to Noble. Not like me.
Asset. Great, great asset. Yeah.
She was almost off guard there. Like, she was surprised for me to be asking about Sarah ruining his reputation.
Oh.
Did David ever anger the board?
I don't know. It's making me wonder if we ask about Sarah now. But maybe not. Just because they mentioned her there. But
I feel like she seems to be a little bit more open about work stuff.
Yeah, I agree.
And I don't
honestly, the fact that none of what we picked so far, the first one, hasn't busted us, makes me think Sarah's the bust then.
Oh, yeah, that could be.
Because we have clicked one before getting to stay impressed, and it busted us immediately.
Right.
So that means, in theory, this or the other one we picked are the presses.
I feel like this would give us more information that would be helpful, though, than the other one. Because the other one was just like,
yeah, because the will one. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think...
They don't know what's in the will, in theory, if it's a security deposit box.
Yeah. I also feel like she might be more willing to talk negatively about David after what she just... So maybe she would be like, yeah... If he did anger them, that could be important, maybe. But yeah, you're right. I wonder if the other one would bust because that happened before.
Yeah, we've always had one. Yeah.
All right. Besides Sarah, David's reputation was crystal clean. He never went against the company once. Did he?
That's... Oh.
Why is she afraid to answer? Unless I'm mistaken and he and Noble were on bad terms. In that case, I might get the impression that some parts of leadership were actually glad to see him taken off the chessboard.
It's not.
Something buzzing in your ear?
Fine. I suppose it makes no difference if you hear it now or at the trial or on your feed tomorrow. Yeah!
Oh!
Dr. David Asher was being sued by the company for breach of contract.
Oh, shit. That's important.
That is important.
Hold on. We have his contract. Let's look at it. A binder containing the full text of David Asher's employment contract with Noble Electronics details compensation, grounds for dismissal, definitions for what constitutes a breach of contract, and how arbitrations would be handled on a light raid. Okay, so it's not giving us anything specific, but obviously it's important. I wonder, is she going to tell us what he did?
Or we're going to have to find it out.
Yeah.
Satisfied.
Now we're talking.
Yeah, you gave us 21.
Oh, hey. Well, then, I suppose that's...
Blackjack. And we did it! Without going over.
Somehow.
Hell yeah. We understood that line of thought. And where they were going.
Yeah, you definitely want to pause and, like, check what she's going to say for the press.
Yeah.
I kind of wish that the first, like, line of questions would, like, give you more information like that, but... Okay, so you couldn't have mentioned this breach of contract earlier?
Not without complicating the company's position unnecessarily, no. But there's no hiding it at this point. It'll all come out soon enough.
There's a paper trail?
Much more than that. We'd been making moves to let him go for some time.
Noble Electronics parting ways with David Asher? Must have been one hell of a breach of contract. What did he do?
Security risk. He betrayed the confidence of the board.
Was he contesting the suit? Putting up a fight? Engaging in a legal battle against a mega corporation without even telling me?
Yeah. Until recently, yes.
So that must be why he gave Morgan. Sarah, because he probably knew that the company was going to come after him
for all this.
Mm-hmm.
Also, just Morgan's face right here is such a fucking mood.
Right?
That's an emote.
It is an emote.
It's very good.
See, y'all can win blackjack. Hey, we did it once, at least.
Hell yeah.
You mean until he died? How recently?
We spoke on Friday.
That was what you two talked about in his parlor?
No, this was earlier in the day. Yeah, it is the Bernie face. That's true. And I was thinking of Grump. It was just like such a perfect emote. Such a perfect face. We were in this room, actually. Hey, him, me, and several members of our legal department. Not the board. It was an arbitration.
And did you come to an agreement?
A compromise. He would resign from his position in 2 quarters, foregoing royalties on any products we would develop after the next 24 months. In exchange, he wouldn't be publicly fired, and he would still be credited on all past, present, and future filings.
How very reasonable. On paper, maybe. No matter what the deal was, letting go of David Asher is insanity.
Reasonable, yes. We ended on a good note, I'd like to think. We shook hands, even took a photo. He does not look pleased. He looks like he's checked out. Zero expression. You can't see his eyes. She's the one smiling and being public facing there.
Yeah, it definitely looks like a Ep1 from her. Mm-hmm. Well, I didn't know they were going to zoom in.
Also, I love the flower in his hair.
Yeah, that looks lovely.
It matches the orange on Sarah.
Something funny? Didn't know the board told jokes.
They don't. That was legal, expressing their displeasure with how much paperwork my good note ending left them with. Okay. Children. It was just one night of overtime.
So while they were spending their Friday night blowing the ink dry, you paid a visit to David's penthouse. Something left unfinished?
Murder.
Murder.
Professionally, it was a good meeting. There was no yelling, no finger pointing. Much cleaner than expected. But Dr. Asher did not want to retire. He didn't want to be forced out of the company when he was the one who... Yeah. When he had contributed so much. Oh, you're hiding something there.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't enjoy doing that to him. So I came over that night to apologize to him. You didn't?
Why?
The photo says otherwise. We talked. Reminisced. Hi, Bella Coco.
Hi.
When he brought out the drinks, I thought we'd be toasting to a new day. A few minutes later, he was dead. Honestly, if he had committed suicide, what a hell of a way to do it. To make her feel like ass. Though it didn't really work anyway, if that was his intention, but I don't think he did that. Because of that AI.
That AI? Any idea how it came to be?
As I said, I had no idea he was working on it.
My question was more broad than that. If you really believe David built an AI, how do you think he did it? How does Noble Electronics think he managed to work around the tenants?
It's quite beyond my area of expertise. And no one at the company could call themselves an expert in illegal technology. But some in the R&D department have theorized that he created what they call a wax-wane decaying priority loop, which, as I understand it, is an unstable, resource-intensive theoretical method for pseudo-randomizing the weight amongst preset tenants. What?
Well, about as far off target as it gets with that guess.
Morgan's just like, and you're wrong? But that kind of inelegant brute force nonsense seems a far cry from the kind of thing David would create, and I
Oh,
seem to have taken us
they're gone.
over our allotted time slot.
They just
Bye.
fucking left.
Yeah, they did. Or it hangs up on them.
But I didn't even get to wave goodbye.
You're serious about this trial?
Don't I look it?
You're not just making a play. You're actually going to defend that thing?
I'm just defending myself, Miss Young.
Oh, yes. Of course you are. My mistake.
Hmm.
I mean, also, yes, metaphorically she is.
I hoped you might be rooting for me, to tell you the truth. I may yet save everyone's stock options.
The stock options will be all right either way. Interesting you're confident in that. They always are.
That gamble I offered your board. Which outcome would you bet on?
Finally, an easy question. What I would bet is that whatever the outcome, the company will eat it up and shit it out with very little difficulty. You painted an ugly picture back there, but I've already seen the future. And it's just another marketing gimmick. The great Dr. Asher, too smart, too bold, too far ahead of his time. What spark of his genius remains buried in the inspired Animate 19?
I guess that depends on...
You were exactly right. He is more valuable to Noble as a dead man. Dead men can't step out of line, or put their foot in their mouth, or hold politically inconvenient opinions. To a good salesperson, a dead man is just another selling point. Pardon my outburst. I'm just tired. It's been a very long week for me. She probably didn't do it then if she felt confident enough to say that.
Unless she's trying to shift blame from herself to the company.
Maybe.
I'll let you prepare for your afternoon then, Dr. Young.
No one calls me doctor. I ask them not to.
You didn't want the title?
At times I have thought very little of it. The PhD I earned from a Noble-owned school. Sorry, I cracked my knee.
Biochemistry. It couldn't have been a large department at Noble before they started work on warm androids in earnest. They probably didn't have many expectations for the program back when she was part of it.
But I was proud of it when I first got it.
Something change?
It never seemed to catch on. People didn't use it, so eventually I told people not to use it. A very high IQ social power play, you understand.
David never insisted that people use it either.
That's very different, and I think you know it. David Asher didn't have to. Yeah, I could see that. Oh, Bella Coco's getting bullied by the internet again.
What do we pick up? Arbitration. David Asher met with Helen Young and a team of Noble lawyers to set the terms of his resignation the afternoon before he died. Young set up the meeting and controlled every aspect from the refreshments to the timing in line with coworkers' descriptions of her detail-oriented personality. Okay, she controlled the refreshments. How long would it take that serotonin to kill him?
Yeah.
What if it was already in his system?
Yeah. We don't know.
I just think that's an
maybe he drank it from that, that picture of them shaking hands. He drank it then. And it's just a slow decay. Maybe.
Because his cup was inconclusive.
Or whatever was in his cup activated it?
Yeah, I thought that too.
Oh, nice spider.
See ya. I'm going into this trial, my trial, with a lot less ammunition than I'd like. I'm beginning to form a picture of what actually happened, maybe even circling the drain on a suspect. But Emma won't be generous enough to give me breathing room.
No.
She'll want to end this fast. Maybe if I do badly enough, it'll flip her sadistic switch and she'll want to keep playing.
You got charged with owning an AI. First time you do something exciting in your whole life. Wow. You don't know what I do behind closed doors, Auntie.
Nope.
And I gotta find out through the redacted grapevine? Probably fucking.
My life is plenty exciting.
Freckles. You could bore the polish off a resume checking robot. Same thing.
Fucked.
Yeah, I'm like, is that fucked?
Probably.
Okay. I fucked Catholic school teachers with more active night lives than you. Ayo?
Okay.
So who'd you rope in? Anyone I know? Oh shit, haha. Are you representing yourself?
Fits within my budget.
Screw your budget, you're going to jail? Wow.
Thanks for the vote of confidence. This is why she is a murderer, because of you.
Yeah. It ain't a matter of how good a lawyer you are. Anyone who represents themselves in court has a fool for counsel.
You represented yourself countless times.
Not for anything I had a chance of losing. Your pal hasn't even been dead 48 hours. You're too close to this. You'll make mistakes.
The powers that be really didn't want to give me a rain check. They're taking this very seriously.
That's more dangerous than that. It's more dangerous than that. They're scared.
Is there precedent? An ad committing murder?
Passed law school without learning how to look up this stuff.
I know what the net says. I'm asking you.
The answer to that is not helpful to you at the moment.
So what words of advice do you have? Why are you even bothering?
Get
with
yourself
this conversation? This feels like a pointless conversation to be having.
Yeah.
Gonna close this chat now. Blocked on all platforms. Bye.
Yeah. Don't lose Freckles. I mean, I think Auntie's worried about her and wants her to have the best outcome, and that's why she's pushing her to not represent herself, because she doesn't think
I do think it's wild to do colon P.
Yeah.
Like sticking your tongue out when somebody's about to get charged.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need to tell me that.
What are you reading, Adonai?
Garbage.
Her little hands.
I was reading David's employment contract with Noble Electronics before I got waylaid by spam texts.
I mean, the one we found inside the panic room? It looks quite extensive. Should I skim it for you?
Depends. Did you pass the bar exam since we last spoke?
No.
You comfortable?
I am not.
Ever seen that old movie with the gorilla and the skyscraper? They bring it to the city and...
I understand the analogy, Adonai.
I wish I could call it overkill. But considering the specs Sarah put up yesterday, maybe those bindings aren't heavy enough. Come to think of it, those numbers must have been faked along with the rest of what the machine read. If that was all a smokescreen David added to help her lay low, then her actual strength is more like... If your joints weren't currently locked up tighter than a vice, do you think you could escape this place?
I hope that question is not indicative of your strategy.
This is me trying to distract you, Sarah. Enjoy the hypothetical.
I would estimate that the building's automated security would put 9 holes in me before I reached that door.
9's not so bad.
I would not be able to function after the 7th.
Ah. Well, if you haven't been planning some great escape...
I would not do that. That would be illegal. And you would still be on trial.
I remember. So what have you been doing all day, then?
I am attempting to recover memories from Friday.
You can do that?
It is not dissimilar from the process of recovering data erased from any other computer. Despite the difference in scale. I won't be able to remember everything, but if successful, I could recall individual pieces of information that could prove useful.
That's a lot of coulds. And even if you're successful, you may not like what you find. Whatever happened that day, either you or David wanted you to forget it.
Yes. But even so, I have to remember.
So Morgan
What?
seems to think that either Sarah or David wiped Sarah's memories. So that
Right.
So Morgan doesn't seem to think that Sarah was hacked or controlled by someone else.
Not yet.
If Sarah erased her own memories, that would probably be because she didn't... I don't know why Sarah would, though. Because she didn't want...
She didn't want to remember?
She didn't want to remember, or she didn't want that to possibly be used against her or David. And I think David's motivation would just be he didn't want her to remember if he made her do something
Bad.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
What if David
I mean,
was
we don't know.
What if David was trying to poison Young? That's
I
why
mean,
he had
maybe.
That's
and
why he
then,
had- That's why he had Sarah erase.
but then it backfired because they like somehow switched cups or some shit.
I don't know.
Because it's the last day that Father and I...
Any luck so far, then?
I can recall a slightly musty scent.
Ugh. Someone's stinky. Wow. Case closed.
I bet that's important, though.
Probably.
What about you, Adonai?
Could the scent be the serotonin?
Maybe. Have you formulated a plan for the trial's proceedings?
Something like that. Young insists that serotonin isn't what killed David. I don't buy it. There's no other explanation for how he died.
So she is lying?
And if she repeats that lie on the stand, I'll need to expose it.
Somehow.
Somehow.
Would she really commit perjury to protect Noble? To protect one of Noble's patents?
Or her own ass.
Yeah.
She doesn't strike me as quite the corporate zealot she makes herself out to be.
But you believe that she had something to do with Father's death?
What do you think?
I don't know. I don't know why anyone would kill Father.
Considering the possible consequences of what he confessed to in his journal, I can think of...
Yeah. But then again, I don't understand why anyone would kill anyone. Do
Awkward.
you?
Bells tolling for thee. Means that the doors to the courtroom are unlocked. Let's... Wait, can you walk like that? Waddle will have to do. Wait a second.
For a wheelchair?
Across the hall, that's...
Oh, hey.
Keep waddling, Sarah. I'll catch up.
As you say, Adonai.
Can Sarah be hacked since she's not technically an android? She got a nanomachine brain. I don't know in this universe if she can.
Yeah,
or
like
not.
who knows what the rules are
I don't
here.
know. This will be a coin toss.
Oh, it was in red, so I thought it was Morgan, but then I read the word. I'm like, oh, it's Porter. You that surprised to see me?
I'm not surprised you'd want to see the outcome of this trial. I am surprised you want to talk to me.
You're defending the android, right?
Yeah. Yeah?
Yeah, I just...
Why would
I
we
don't know,
want
with
to
him.
be clever about that?
Especially with him. He seems more... He didn't like games or anything.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm defending Sarah's innocence. I don't think she killed David. Do you?
I don't think it matters. Noble is what killed David. Whether it was a pen stroker, sleeper agent, killer android, or plain old goddamn arsenic, How could anyone that smart be that dumb? Why the hell did he ever sign his soul over to them?
David may have been in over his head, but he wasn't a bad negotiator. I've read his contract. His position was strong.
You're the lawyer. But a guy like me, working in music. Can't tell you how many people I've seen screwed over by a big smile and a fat signing bonus. No such thing as corporate generosity. If you think you're getting a good deal, it's only because you don't know how much you just sold.
How much you just sold?
That's like the agreement of him resigning and stuff and her smiling, but he's not.
Mm-hmm. David's real wealth lay in his intellectual property, the potential energy of it hanging over the whole industry. If he sued even 1% of the companies, taking inspiration from his Turing solution, there's a clause in his contract. If Noble ever did fire David, he would have retained control over all his patents afterwards.
Yeah, see, that sounds nice. Only they never did fire him, did they? He just happened to die.
An unforeseeable act of God. In contract law, they call that force majeure? Majura? I'm not sure.
Never heard of that. But yeah, we know. We agree, Porter.
Let's do another save.
Oh, yeah. I said, did you find anything interesting in the contract, Adonai?
A few things, yeah. Basically, David was well taken care of so long as they kept him around, and he'd retained control of his patents even after being let go. But what Porter said... Logically, if David were to pass while still employed, Noble would continue to control the bulk of his IP. Why were they going to fire him then? If they had planned to kill him...
Yeah. Well, no, they would rather him die than fire him.
I know, but they set it up like they were gonna fire him, so why even go through with that?
So that way they can look innocent. So they could cover their ass if he dies.
Maybe.
Being like, oh, well, we planned on just firing him. Why would we want to kill him? Or not fire, like whatever they were agreeing to. Because they were agreeing to just letting him go, but not firing him. Technically.
Terms of his resignation. So I guess they were pressuring him to leave.
Yeah.
But they weren't actually firing him.
Right.
Logically, if David were to pass while still employed, Noble would continue to control the bulk of his IP. So if they knew David was going to leave in a year...
It would be very foolish of them to let Father go.
Well, they wouldn't do it for no reason. With this contract, he could only be fired for serious offenses, corporate malfeasance, revealing trade secrets, fraud.
Father was not a fraud. He was, as they say, the greatest of all time. He was
the goat?
He was the goat.
Fraud? I don't think he was. Fraud just means lying to the company about something,
David's
Sarah.
kind of a dick.
Yeah.
Oh. And a bad dad.
Yeah. Eyes up. Showtime. Hold on, I want to look at this first. Okay. Binder containing the full text of David Asher's employment contract with Noble Electronics details the terms of his employment, including the following. David would keep ownership of his patents if terminated. David couldn't be terminated without serious cause. Serious cause includes only fraud or worse. Fraud defined as manipulating company data.
Oh my god, I don't remember your voice. Counselor Morgan.
It was probably that.
It was probably that. I was more thinking the judge behind her because she's still here and I'm scared.
She's back there somewhere.
She's probably playing her Switch. I don't know. The state charges you with possession of contraband. Contraband?
That'd be you.
In violation of the Safeguarding Our National Digital Security Act. Just because it's in her body doesn't mean that she was contraband. Well, I guess they don't know that yet. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Murmuring, muttering. Very well, since it seems that we are, in fact, doing this. I'll now turn over the administration of this trial to the adjutant. Isn't this really serious and is not supposed to be overrun with the
I
adjutant?
think she's gonna stay here and like observe. I think the adjutant is just gonna like kind of run it, but
Okay.
Barrows is probably gonna pass final judgment.
Got it. But be warned, any attempts at stalling or muddling the issue, and I'll step right in and override the trial myself. Summary judgment. Siding with the people. Are we understood?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are we going to have the same adjutant as we had before?
No way. Each courthouse only has so many bodies, but the personalities swap around all the time. So the chances of us dealing with the same glitchy mess as yesterday are...
Yep, okay. I was like, oh, well, it won't matter. Never mind. Glad to be back. Did you all miss me?
Oh, so she should have Lotto's voice.
Did y'all miss me? Oh my god. Forget I said anything. I'll just go crawl under a rock and die while you make your opening statements.
Okay.
Ahem. The defendant is the owner of the android registered under the model name Sarah, with license number 1202928. She hasn't contested this, and I doubt she will. So the question of ownership is already answered. All that remains is to determine whether Sarah qualifies as contraband. It's a charming android, incredibly well made, a masterpiece, and the last known work of a great man. But when we look at the evidence and the facts surrounding the death of Dr. Asher, we're forced to conclude that said android is responsible for his death. And that conclusion carries very serious implications. I will prove here at court today that the machine standing there killed David Asher. Not through an accident or a mismanaged dosage, but through an intentional poisoning. I won't ask the court to judge this machine on its apparent sentience, its range of emotions, or the free will it may or may not possess. I only ask that the court judge this creation on what we will prove it to be more than capable of. Patricide. Muttering, murmuring. Murmuring? Not mummering.
Close enough.
Wolf wouldn't want to have to follow that act. But go for it anyway, defense.
Your Honor, what the DA said is true.
What did she just say? Did she just admit it?
Sorry, just the first part. This android is charming, and it is the work of a great man. The rest of it was pure speculation based on little more than a few bad camera angles and a phobia of anything new.
Murmuring, muttering.
I do own the android you see here. It was bequeathed to me by a man known to most of the people in this courtroom as the father of modern machine intelligence. To me, he was just my friend. And if I thought at any point that this puppet had anything to do with his death, I would have dragged it to the chopping block myself. But I don't believe that. I never have. Sarah is an android, nothing more. It isn't capable of homicide, and it didn't even commit manslaughter. It's just a well-made machine. Any fears one has about its capabilities are projections, nothing more. And it troubles me greatly that the state is spending valuable time and resources on rushing to pulverize Dr. Asher's last known work, when it could be going after the very real, very human forces that were responsible for his death.
Is she serious? Is she talking about Noble?
The people can't prove that Sarah is an AI. And truth be told, I can't prove that it isn't. But I can prove that it's not guilty. And that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Chills. You sounded very confident, Adonai.
Yeah, well, no one ever got good at lying by being modest.
You could have simply said thank you. Thank you for your presence here today, Detective London. In light of the new evidence, I'd like to go over the death of Dr. Asher one more time. What happened Friday night?
At 6:30 p.m., David Asher spoke on the phone with his lover, and the two of them broke things off.
Lover?
It's an accurate description of their relationship, isn't it?
I wouldn't know. That stuff's private.
Adonai.
Then the deceased met with Noble VP Helen Young in his parlor starting around 7:30 p.m. He then left the parlor and the sightlines of his home security system, before reappearing on his private secondary security system in his basement moments later. At which point, the android Sarah can be seen handing him the poison he'd go on to drink.
And do you see that android in the courtroom?
Yeah, she's the green-haired one that's frowning at me.
Let the records show that the android Sarah has been identified at the scene of the crime.
No objections.
None. Then why'd I even show up?
Detective London, what happened next?
Asher went upstairs and shared a drink with Miss Young. Within a few minutes, he was being airlifted to the hospital, where he was soon declared dead. We know that the poison could be produced by his nanofacturer, which Sarah had access to, just up the stairs in his workshop.
So Sarah had ample opportunity to procure the poison, and Sarah handled Dr. Asher's cup immediately before he did.
Is there a question in that statement, Your Honor?
I'll rephrase. Was anyone else seen handling Dr. Asher's cup before he died?
No.
I have no further questions.
All right.
So what? That's your witness, counselor.
He wasn't lying per se, but there was some ambiguity in the statement he gave. Truth's gotta come out one way or another. If Emma won't push, I'll have to pull. Talk screen, basement footage, whiskey. Okay, so this lights up the important stuff. Okay. They broke up. Yeah. And then she arrived. Yeah. They spoke briefly. He went downstairs to get drinks for them. Yeah. Cameras in the basement show Sarah handing him the cups and the whiskey.
I thought it was just the cups.
I was gonna say, I don't think she touched the whiskey, did she?
Not that I remember.
I don't think so, but let's see. Okay. He came back to the parlor, started drinking. Yeah. It wasn't long until he lost consciousness and died. Yeah. Drinking poisoned whiskey while he thought he was having a toast.
I have no proof that the whiskey was poisoned.
No. To know if that's a good way or a bad way to go out. Well, the whiskey couldn't have been poisoned because he poured her a cup, right? From it? Young?
Right. And also just like the cup was inconclusive and hers had no poison.
Mm-hmm.
And the whiskey had no poison in it, to my knowledge. I think they
I want to look at that once we get through this. Okay. To know if that's a good way or bad way to go out. There's nothing here. And yet you can still call.
Yeah.
I heard a slight slip up in there. Could go nowhere, but at this stage, I need to pick at every loose thread I can. Oh, shit. I have to actually be on that screen. That's annoying. Let me look at my fucking evidence.
Yeah.
Okay. So whiskey. Forensic analysis shows no foreign elements or toxins. Okay.
Okay.
So yeah, it wasn't the whiskey that was poisoned. Also, what was the other one? Basement footage. Shows Sarah handing David the red plastic cups. Okay, there's no mention of the
only
whiskey.
the cups. It doesn't even show that they're filled.
No, I think that's it. All right, let's go. Sarah handing him the cups and the whiskey. Okay, call. Slap.
Yeah.
Found on Panic Room Drive shows Sarah giving cups. No, I think it's this. I think it's the footage.
Yeah, it could be that too. Yeah.
I don't think it's the whiskey. I think it's the footage.
That makes sense.
Wanna bet? Hit you in the head, Emma. Check that footage again, Detective Loser. I mean, London. We only see Sarah handing the victim a cup. He had already retrieved the whiskey himself. Also, it wasn't poisoned, so.
That too.
Oh, yeah. Forgot about that. Detective London just wasn't being specific enough, Your Honor. But it matters little. Since
Litter?
it was. It matters. It matters little since it was David's cup, not the whiskey bottle that was poisoned.
Oh, well, she verified it for us.
Mm-hmm.
Weird flex, but okay.
And that undeniable fact is shown clearly in the security footage. Sarah hands him a cup after he was ready to leave.
True, she did call David back. And handed him a cup of poison?
What does it say if you hover?
Oh yeah, does it?
I think it does here.
That wouldn't make sense. That seems logical. That's all we're getting, I guess.
Okay. On if she handed him a poisoned cup.
I mean, we don't... They can't verify that it was that the cup had poison in it, though, because
Right.
Young's was clean and his was inconclusive. So we could push back on that.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think he really said anything else that we can...
Yeah.
So you want to raise? Because, like, we can push that and say, well, you
yeah.
can't prove that the cups had the poison.
I mean, that's just true, too.
Yeah. Because if we... I don't know where we would go if we stayed. He didn't give us anything else, you know?
Right.
So... Alright. Raise. If the cup was already poisoned, don't you think David would have noticed it wasn't empty? Oh, that too, I guess.
That too, yeah.
Well, not necessarily. The lethal dose could have been quite small. If it were just a droplet, he could have easily overlooked it.
I'm really starting to wonder if Young poisoned him earlier.
Yeah. Wouldn't surprise me.
For Sarah, this crime was very simple. There was too little to the plan for anything to go wrong.
But at the same time, why would her memory...
She
Why
also
would he have wanted her memory erased?
Yeah, she also has zero motive.
Sarah?
I guess they're just assuming. Yeah, I guess they're just assuming she's a murderer in general with no motive.
I think they think that she's an AI, so she's like malfunctioning or
I mean, she
is like
but they don't know
has
that.
broken their tenants. So
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, she doesn't have a motive. Okay.
Once she headed it off, she just had to wait for him to drink from his cup.
You've been thinking about this for 2 weeks? What, this part of the story, Great Destroyer? Is that all she'd have needed to do? That wasn't enough to poison David. It was a guarantee from that point? When she handed it off, she just had to wait for him to drink from his cup. How did...
She's assuming a very little droplet.
Yeah, but how
was
did...
in it.
Wait. They were identical cups, right?
Yeah.
So if Sarah was trying to poison him, how would she know which one was his cup?
Yeah. That's a good point, too.
That wasn't enough to poison it. Because, like, she could have accidentally poisoned Young.
Right.
Exactly, 2 red solo cups, which is his. Yeah, like, it's not like he had a different cup or, like, a special one or anything.
It wasn't marked, yeah.
It wasn't marked, so... Alright, let's raise. Not a great plan if that really was Sarah's move. She gave him 2 cups. How could she have known which cup David would drink from? Also, that would imply...
We just have to hope the game makes the same intent we do
Yeah.
with our assumption.
So that would also imply that either he asked for 2 cups or Sarah knew that Young was in the house to give him
Right.
2.
Right.
There are a few ways to go about it.
They'll say her motive at some point, but for some reason it hasn't been mentioned yet. Okay.
But it's only a 50-50 shot, counselor. Stranger things have happened.
What?
There was no way to know the right cup. I mean,
Yeah, there was no way to know.
It's possible she knew the right cup. How? I don't.
There's
they're
zero
solo
way.
cups. They're like there's those cheap like red solo cups, right? Like there's no.
Yeah.
They weren't specialty or anything like that, and they were exactly the same. So I don't think she could have known unless they pull some bullshit of like, well, David always
wrote his name on the bottom.
Yeah, like David always wrote his name on his red solo cups. No, I think we have to keep pushing. Cause like where would we like go back from there? You know?
Yeah.
Don't try and bluff me, Rockford. There was no difference between the cups.
It's not a bluff.
Oh no, is she gonna pull some bullshit right now? Be
He
like,
did
he
write his name on
it.
Sarah handed the cups to him in one stack, with the poison hidden in the bottom cup.
Okay.
So
What?
She knew David was courteous and would pour for his guest first.
no, you can't know that for sure.
Who pours a stacked cup and then
No.
undoes it and gives
No.
it? No, you undo both and you pour both.
No.
That's bullshit.
That is bullshit. You would unstack them and pour them. You don't necessarily know which one you'd set down. Like if I was grabbing a stack of cups, I would just like pull them apart and set them down and pour. Like I wouldn't pour the top one, then give it to the person. That's more of a spill risk.
Yep.
If you're like filling it and then you like try to pull them apart and then give it to the person.
Yeah.
That's
because they stick together all the time. Dumb
yeah.
argument. I disagree, Emma. I know it's agreeing with her, but I disagree.
That's the main part I disagreed with. It's still a gamble and not a certainty. Yeah, it's still, we can totally be like, I think we have grounds to say that there's no way Sarah could win that.
Absolutely.
Also, like, even if he is courteous, like, let's say that he poured it and set it down. Like, what if Young picked up the other, you know what I mean? Like, unless you're going to say that he definitely poured it first, like, set it right in front of her as, like, this is yours.
Yeah. Dumb.
I disagree.
Inherently disagree.
Yeah, they're not having a dinner date. It's casual drinks, exactly. And like sometimes, you know, if you're in the middle of talking with somebody and you're not even paying attention, like I don't know, for you to like poison someone,
you would want to make sure
sure that it's the right person. And I feel like that's too much of a gamble, especially for an android, right?
Yeah.
I don't buy it. It's a stretch. I agree. It's a stretch.
So he wouldn't even look into the poison cup until he was already pouring?
You can go fuck yourself, Emma.
Yep.
Cold-blooded patricide, executed by taking calculated advantage of Dr. Asher's kindness.
Fuck off. Also,
Disagree.
they were just discussing his resignation or whatever. Maybe he was pissed and he was like, no, I'm going to pour myself first. You can't fucking...
You assume he's courteous, but...
BS.
I mean, we haven't gotten into that part, but still.
BS.
Yeah.
She's saying he'd give her the top one and then pour, but there's no way to prove it unless Young confirms it. There is no way. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
No matter how you do it. If you pour it first and then separate the cups, or you separate the cups and then pour it, still.
If you're murdering someone, you're making sure that person dies.
Mm-hmm. Damn, she was luring me in with those easy answers, and I fell for it.
No, she's also dumb.
Now, are there some questions you'd like to ask the detective while he's available? Or are you done already?
I was just about to get started, bitch.
Yeah.
Even if I didn't have questions, I'd make some up just to spite you at this point. That's right.
Yeah.
But I can do better than that. Now, what can I get London to say that would help my case? Crunch.
Also save. Also just because.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But
Good plan.
my thought only happened
Whoa.
because I was like, oh no.
It just did it again,
What?
didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Where it like...
Chet, did you see that? It emptied
yeah.
it. I saw it.
I definitely said yes. And even if I said no, it should have left the previous. So...
Yeah.
we gotta watch that. Make another one.
Yeah. What the fuck?
I mean... Okay, so it's not gonna give us anything until... Because we're in blackjack now.
Yeah.
I don't... Tenants and the police? I don't think...
Well, we're trying to prove she couldn't break her tenants in theory, and that she's not AI.
I guess, but like
is
this
like
is
I think our
this
main
isn't
goal,
just
but
this isn't just basic tenants though. This is tenants and the police and involved crime.
yeah.
I don't. Maybe he'll give more information about her in the footage.
Maybe, yeah.
I don't know if we can like, or if we've exhausted that topic.
Yeah, that's what I'm not sure if he'll say anything different.
Hopefully, we're only at 12. Hopefully it won't be too bad. We can see what the next question is.
Okay.
Detective, in the footage we just saw, could you see what Sarah was doing?
Not exactly, no. Her back was to the camera and her hands were obscured.
Mm-hmm. Could you see her hands from any other clip of camera footage retrieved from the basement?
No.
Did you or anyone else participating in the investigation ever see Sarah put anything into David Asher's cup?
No. The footage submitted to the record is the best available view of what happened.
Wouldn't Sarah's eyes record it best?
We don't
She can't
have that,
Yeah,
though.
we don't. No, we don't have that to. Maybe if Sarah does recover her memories, we could use that
Right.
later. But at this time, we don't have. We don't have her memories, so I don't think we want to do
I don't know
that.
how that would help, yeah.
Also, because she's the one who's on trial, I don't even know if they would accept.
Her evidence, because they'd be like, she could falsify her memories.
Right. So I don't think they would trust it anyway. So. Okay. So tenants and the police add involved crime. Maybe.
Is there any?
Is there any add involved crime?
Because isn't the point they don't?
Yeah. I mean, maybe.
I guess they did say, like, little things they do, but...
We could see
Yeah.
if he like has any other
Something else to say.
I don't think we got any new evidence. Okay. Detective, do you know how many violent incidents the city's police have investigated in the last year?
Not the exact number.
Thousands, though.
Yeah, around there.
And of those thousands of incidents of violence, do you know how many of them were found to be the fault of automated dependents?
I believe
Ooh.
there's been 6 in the last 5 years.
Okay.
A small amount, but not none.
I was more looking at this.
Oh, shit. We're close. That means it was good, but it
We're
means we have one chance.
Yeah. Were all 6 of them incidents of police licensed add involved brutality?
Relevance, Your Honor.
Shut up. Withdrawn. How many tenants protect humans? Well, this would be a way to ask about tenants.
Yeah.
Because I think she's... I would assume she's trying to prove that ads don't really commit crimes.
Right,
It would
they
be
can't hurt.
Yeah. Although they think she's an AI, but I don't know. You want to push
Yeah,
this
but we're
further?
not there yet, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good question, but who knows what
We
the
did
game will
save,
do.
so worst comes to worst. As an aside, Detective, do you know how many tenants are recognized in this country?
110.
112
lot.
as of this year.
Couldn't you have given me that one?
Do you know how many of those tenants pertain to protecting humans from harm?
That one I do know. 41.
And lastly, Detective, how many times in the last, say, century have we seen automated dependents break their tenants?
5 times is the agreed upon number.
5 times. So if you were to tally all that up and try and make an evaluation as a police officer charged with protecting civilians, overall you would say that automated dependents in general are how dangerous to the public?
The witness is not an expert on automated dependents, Your Honor.
Shut up. He's more than qualified to say whether they have a history of violence, Your Honor. That's true.
What the heck? Let him answer. I would have to say that they are not dangerous.
Normally that would have bought me some doubt with the jury, but this isn't a traditional trial. At least I can say that I shored up my own confidence. All right, seems like that's as close as I'm going to get to
Blackjack.
blackjack.
Hell yeah.
I believe I've made my point. Okay, well, good thing we didn't pick the other one. It did end up being about tenants, though. So it's kind of like looking back,
I wonder
it's
if
like
it could have
tenants
left to it. Or led to it.
I don't know. Maybe. Because that was talking about tenants and literally the police. So I don't know if that would have been a better choice or not. I believe I've made my point. I have no more questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Then we can move on to the next item on the docket.
Looks like Emma wants to introduce some new evidence.
I call Sarah to the stand.
Aw.
I didn't think that you would take anything she said into account, but
Yeah, that means she has something up her
Mhm.
sleeve. The android? Can she even do that?
approach, Your Honor.
Oh, you're approaching me?
I believe that's me they wanted to speak with.
I didn't even get to finish my line.
Now
I forgot
then,
this lady was here.
Yeah.
what the hell are you doing, Rockford?
Took the words right out of my mouth.
I have questions for the android.
That's
This
not
seemed
good.
like the best way to get answers.
You can't call an android as a witness. It's not a person.
There's plenty of precedence for it. Ads provide testimony all the time.
Not when
The
they're on
problem
trial.
is Sarah doesn't know she's AI.
She's not AI.
But Sarah?
I don't.
I thought she is.
I didn't think she was like a full AI. I think she was like created by the ones he made. I don't think.
Yeah, and I thought she is AI though.
I didn't think she herself was because I thought she had tenants.
She thinks she has tenants. He said that Sarah doesn't know she's AI. She thinks she's an ad. And that's what he feels bad for because he never told her otherwise.
She's a new type of thing they weren't sure how to classify. Okay.
Okay. Because,
I
yeah,
was
but she
gonna say, I
doesn't
didn't
need to
think
follow
she-
tenants.
I was gonna say I didn't think she was like a full AI.
She thinks she's an ad, though. And so she doesn't... The thing is, if she's not well versed on the ads, is she going to pretend to follow the ads? Or is Emma about to prove that she doesn't need to follow ads or tenants because she doesn't know them?
Okay.
Like, kind of like how we say shut down, and then she wasn't shutting down and listening to us. Like, is Emma about to prove that?
I don't know. Okay, not when they're on trial.
Sarah isn't on trial. You are.
Sarah's accused of being an AI. That means you don't trust a word out of its mouth.
If the witness isn't to be trusted, the court can decide that for itself after hearing their testimony.
Why the ambush? Why'd you list this as entering evidence, D.A. Rockford?
Only people can be witnesses, Your Honor, and ads don't have legal personhood. Evidence seemed like the worst descriptor.
You know I can't make an android swear an oath.
Rockford is just trying to spoil your opinion, Your Honor. The more this court treats Sarah like a person, the more you'll see her as human, and the weaker my case becomes in your eyes.
Nice try, counselor. But we don't have time to worry about my partiality. You're free to call for a mistrial if you want.
Mistrial.
Oh my god. Yeah. I realized as I said it,
Yeah.
I was like, wait, that sounded wrong.
It does look a little bit like minstrel, so...
Yeah. You're free to call for a mistrial if you want, but the state will have turned Sarah to slag before you even finish signing your motion.
Rockford's calling a witness that is blatantly hostile to her case.
If the witness is hostile, so be it. It did kill a man, after all.
Allegedly. What about the right to avoid self-incrimination?
Who's the one treating Sarah
Hey.
like a person now?
Fuck off.
Androids don't have rights.
Yeah, we didn't even do anything.
Damn it, that's...
The android will take the stand.
Your Honor.
I've made my decision.
And if Sarah refuses to take the stand, are you going to charge her with contempt of court?
If the machine won't talk, you'll make every effort as its owner to ensure that it does.
Why are you on her side, bitch?
And if it disobeys you, then we'll have our answer about its sentience right then and there.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's, yep.
Shit.
Because Sarah doesn't like to follow what we say. What's going on?
The DA is going to question you on the stand.
What? But I shouldn't.
Listen to me. You don't have a choice right now. This is happening. Tell the truth, but be concise. The more robotic, the better. Yes or no's only if you can. Would using affirmative and negative be laying it on too thick?
But Adonai, if I make a mistake, all these people, they want to destroy me.
If you make a mistake, your lawyer will just have to cover for you. Understand?
Yes. Oh.
You are the android identified as Sarah, correct?
Yeah. Affirmative.
Do you deny that this camera footage shows you handling the poisoned cup?
We don't know that it was poisoned yet.
Yep.
Objection. It remains to be seen whether the cup itself is definitely poisoned.
Yes. Sarah, do you deny handing that cup to David Asher?
Negative? I have no memory of the incident, so I can neither confirm nor deny it.
Do you have any reasoning, any excuse for your actions, for failing to notify
you literally
police
just
of
hear what she
crucial
said?
information?
She literally doesn't remember it. I do not have any records from that day, so I never had anything to tell anyone.
Very well. Counselor? The journal, if you will.
This could be a slaughter. Of course.
Do you recognize this item?
It's a journal that belongs to Dr. David Asher. I have seen him write in it on many occasions.
And have you any knowledge of its contents?
Negative.
You don't have to answer that, actually. Tell the court what you see here in this footage.
I see myself reading the journal in the basement.
This footage was captured on Friday,
The day she has no memory of.
the day you claim to have no memory of.
But she. So, how is she.
So regardless of what you do or don't remember, we know that you read his journal, this journal, hours before David Asher died.
Is she gonna try to
Your
get her to, like,
point?
play the video we found?
I don't know. Good question. That is logical.
I'd like you to read some passages from it for the court. Can you do that?
Of course.
Page 238, the 10th line.
Sarah is growing faster than I ever expected, beyond my wildest dreams or fears. Today she
Continue, please.
Today she broke every password I have in the house. Said she was curious. I can't expect to keep things from her forever.
Page 251, line 12.
I've gravely underestimated the scope of things. Sarah could change everything, and I don't think I could stop her. He wasn't.
Page 263.
Damn it. If this keeps up, Sarah's going to fall to pieces up there. What could we object, though?
I don't know.
It just says raise an objection. It doesn't say anything else. And I don't think we have any evidence
Yeah.
to, like, counteract anything that's being
I don't
said.
think so either.
Also, if we object, it might look more suspicious. I mean,
Yeah.
hopefully they're not using, like, the actual journal itself and they're just using the pages they copied, because if that's the case, they won't be able to get to the video file.
Oh, yeah, the audio file that plays at the end?
Yeah, that David had. Because that's what's
Yeah.
really incriminating. And, like, what's really
Right, but I have a
issue.
feeling we're going to have to use it.
I mean, maybe,
to
but
prove...
I don't know if that's now.
No, I don't think that's now. I think that's going to be like a last minute thing.
Maybe.
I just don't see how we can object right here.
I agree. That's where I'm at. Because, like, she's already making her testify, so what are we supposed to object with? Like, we can't really argue that one,
Yeah.
so I don't think we should.
Yeah.
I don't have a leg to stand on here, and Sarah doesn't have a shred of legal protection to speak of. I have to just let this play out. Okay.
Page 263, I said.
I think Sarah was angry today when I came back from work. She had ripped a zinc alloy plate in half. She said she was testing her strength, but the cameras... That was...
Page 267.
Sarah scared me today.
If she starts bawling on the stand, it's all over. Your Honor, I fail to see the value in continuing this line of questioning. I love how, like, we just were like, no, we can't really object to that. And Morgan's like, yeah, I can't do that. And then now she's like, well, I'm going to object to it.
Yep. God damn it.
Not an official objection, but still. Dr. Asher was wary of a highly experimental android he was building, as any good scientist would be. That's been established.
Do the people have a counter-argument?
I have just one last question, if it pleases the court.
Let's hear it.
This footage was captured in the basement on Friday around 5:30 p.m. Tell the court what you see.
What? I see myself, standing where I was when I read the journal. I'm speaking to someone who's off camera, and I appear agitated, and I stomp my foot.
What happens to the...
So that's
that's
why
the crack.
Mm-hmm.
What happens to the floor after you stomp your foot?
A large crack is made in the vulcanized polymer.
Okay, well, you're just proving that she's very strong, but why would she poison him then?
Yeah.
If she was gonna kill him, it'd be pretty easy to do without poisoning him.
Yeah, like, why go through that effort? And I walk off camera towards whomever I had been speaking to.
Speaking or shouting?
Asked and answered.
Not really, but I'll withdraw the comment nonetheless. Your witness, counselor, or evidence, if you prefer.
She's proving she can get angry and act out. Getting angry and acting out as a bratty teenager android is not the same as poisoning someone.
Yeah, but I guess her point is to humanize her, to prove that she's capable of feeling anything other than what an android should be feeling. I guess androids aren't supposed to feel.
Damn, I knew she could cherry pick all the worst passages from the journal, but still. If Barrows wasn't wavering before, should I try to have Sarah read the mushy parts? No, the waterworks would start after only a few lines. Emma went to all that trouble to show how emotionally developed Sarah is. Proving that she loved David like a father would be playing right into her hand.
What do you say, counselor? Got some burning cues for the android to answer?
Yes, Your Honor, just one moment. Emma went for emotion and the impact was devastating, so all I can do is focus on the facts. So let's flip this around. Say Sarah absolutely didn't poison David. If that's the case, why did she call him back on his way out of the basement? Wait, that's... I'd actually like to ask you to read from the journal again, Sarah.
You would? From where?
From the section that explains what you were actually trying to do that night. The section of his journal detailing...
I don't really remember. Is it okay if I run to the bathroom real quick and grip more water? Okay, baby. I'm back.
Hey, welcome back.
Hello, hello.
Well, luckily for you, I think I know what it wants.
Oh?
So, our options are his early career, his newfound fame, or how he made Sarah. And the log, when I looked back through it, I think I have it. So, let's flip this around. Say Sarah absolutely didn't poison David. Okay, so my first thought was like, oh, was Sarah trying to poison Young? But that wouldn't make sense either because she doesn't know which cup. You know, it just goes back to that.
Right.
However, if that's the case, why did she call him back on his way out of the basement? And then I'd actually like to ask you to read from the journal again, from the section that explains what you were actually trying to do that night. I think Sarah was trying to, like, celebrate with them how they always did, like, with the cups. I think she read that. Yeah. And she was trying to be like, oh, this is a celebration.
Maybe you should drink from these because...
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I think. Because, like, that explains what you were actually trying to do. I can't think of any
intent.
Yeah, I can't think of any other thing that would be. And also, the only thing that makes sense is his early career, because when I looked at his journal, It says early entries describe how he and Helen Young used to drink cheap liquor together from plastic cups to celebrate their victories. And none of the other ones make sense with like what she was trying to do. Like what would that have to do with his fame or how he made Sarah?
Right. That makes sense.
Like, hey dad, you forgot the cups kind of thing. Yeah, that's what I think it is.
That makes sense.
So that's my thought process. Only because Morgan said, you know, what you were actually trying to do versus like what actually happened, which was like him getting poisoned.
Right.
Okay. His early career. Look around the early section. There should be an entry talking about an early victory at Noble.
Relevance.
The people will see in just one moment that this story is the key to this entire case.
Oh.
Got approval from overseas. Have to make pitch again this week, Young says. Brought me a stack of plastic cups. Here's to a bright future together.
So I don't know if like Sarah thought him resigning was something to celebrate because maybe he was unhappy there. I don't know. Or just because Young was coming over. Maybe she assumed that it was some kind of celebration.
And then on this next page, another victory for the young and sleepless. Helen convinced...
It's the new soap opera. Fuck. Now I've already forgot it. And Sleepless.
Helen convinced the president of Futures over lunch that my code should be the basis for the Animate 13's conversational tracking. She insisted on toasting the same crappy booze and the same cheap cups. Wants to make a tradition.
Plastic cups and liquor, a ritual between Helen Young and David Asher, who were about to have a drink together Friday night.
Something you want to say, counselor?
Let's put all our cards on the table, shall we?
You want to compare theories? If you'd rather I end this now, I'll be happy to oblige. Here's what we know. Sarah read that journal and discovered what she was. It infuriated her, and she wanted revenge for being kept under her maker's thumb.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Oh, and your evidence for that is just because she got mad once?
Because I said so.
And stomped her foot?
Yeah.
That very night, she got her chance when Dr. Asher came down looking for a drink. So, like the clever little helper she is, she offered him a cup to drink out of.
Well, we're completely in agreement on all that.
So you also agree that the cup was poisoned? And that Sarah's responsible for his death?
Of course not.
Not quite. It's not a bad explanation, Miss Rockford, but it is terribly complex. There's a much simpler reasoning for why Sarah did what she did. It's not the call. It has nothing to do with him. Or
and
that.
I don't think it's psychiatrist,
yeah. It's the story.
It's the story, yeah.
Yeah. They used to be close, would drink together from cheap plastic cups. Oh, I should have raised. Oh, well.
Oh, no.
Too late.
The story from the journal, you're saying?
Sarah wasn't planning anything. She was just being considerate.
Yeah.
That's so sweet. But I don't follow it, like, at all.
It's actually quite simple. Sarah's not an AI. She only threw a tantrum that day because she found out she was being spied on. A realistic reaction for an android designed to be realistic. See, that's kind of what I was thinking when they were talking about that, because I was like, okay, so she had a tantrum like a kid. He programmed her to basically like be his daughter. So it makes sense that she would act like a brat sometimes because she's realistic.
Yeah.
David Asher set her memory to be cleared himself because he wanted to preserve the experiment he was running. Sarah didn't hatch a plan to poison him using an obscure chemical acquired from the lab, and she didn't subtly manipulate David into drinking from only one of two cups. Because the android read the whole journal that day, meaning she also read how David and Young used to celebrate. And so when she saw David was leaving the basement without the nostalgic cups, she called him back to hand them to him. Simple, right?
I mean, I think so. Simple enough for me.
But not nearly good enough for me.
Your argument was weak as fuck. Don't even
Yep.
start, Emma. What's more likely, Miss Rockford? That a well-made, clever android proposed a sentimental addition to Two Friends' evening? Or that a homegrown AI with groundbreaking physical and digital abilities concocted a complicated poisoning scheme? Just to kill an unimposing man. All on camera, mind you. Before voluntarily submitting to a memory wipe.
People make all kinds of stupid mistakes when they commit crimes, counselor.
You definitely think that Sarah would have done something to the cameras.
Yeah, like why? Especially because she knew they were there. I guess her memory's wiped, but like,
Well,
that
she
still
may not
doesn't
have.
help her opinion.
She may not have actually known they were there. I think it said something where she didn't know because he was observing her, maybe.
Oh, maybe.
If I'm remembering correctly.
I won't be surprised.
We should have expected AI to act much differently.
Is it stupid or dangerous? Can't have it both ways, Your Honor.
We can if it's ignorant of its power, and still immature. A deadly trait to have in an AI that's capable of anything.
Shall we see what Sarah's capable of then, Your Honor?
What? You can't be. Your Honor, that's...
The people open the door.
True, and I can't resist open doors. Let's do it.
What are you even?
Sarah, David Asher was your creator and your designated owner, correct?
Should I still be using affirmative?
And now that title falls to me.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Now turn off.
What?
Shut down, that's a command. Power on.
What are you?
Off. On.
Adonai, I don't...
Off. That right there, ladies and gentlemen, is what we call a fearsome machine menace. Is what this fearsome machine menace is capable of. I can put it to sleep with one word. So how could David Asher ever be threatened by it?
This is scary. Scary, good logic.
I mean, they are arguing that Sarah's an AI, though.
Right. So, but now Emma's going to have to turn it around because it just made Emma look stupid.
Good.
So she's going to have to figure out a way.
You've made your point, counselor. Let's move it along.
I have no further queries for the machine, Your Honor.
Thank you.
For flipping you off and on. Can't imagine that was comfortable.
It wasn't. But I wasn't referring to that. Since yesterday, I've been searching for an answer to why I appeared on that camera. I know I would never hurt Father, but you helped me prove that to myself just now. Adonai?
Pardon me, I need to focus. Everything depends on this next witness.
The people call Helen Young to the stand.
All right, bitch.
I mean, she's the only one who could have done it, right? I don't think we really have any other suspects.
I think she did it earlier, like you said.
That's my assumption. I think she
I think
poisoned
that
him.
makes the most sense. Nothing was in the cups the whole time. Nothing was in the whiskey. It just finally kicked in from whatever she gave him earlier. And knew it would be delayed. Or like whatever she gave him that was that maybe triggers it to activate into something hostile. She had a plan. I think it was her.
I can't imagine anybody else that it literally could be. Because there's,
Yeah.
like, nobody else.
Yeah.
That would make... There's
Helen.
no one else that would make any sense at this point.
Right.
The only other thing is, like,
Vice-
if
Oh,
she were
sorry.
straight up acting on Noble's behalf or something and not her own, but...
Well, yeah, I was thinking she, like, maybe the board and her all agreed to this. Or maybe the board told her to do it. But either way, it's, like, her.
Mhm.
Helen Young, Vice President of Android Futures at Noble Electronics, Eastern Division.
Miss Young, you were there the night Dr. Asher died.
It could have been the adjutant this entire time. I mean, like,
I don't think she'd stay awake long enough to murder someone. Sorry.
The only thing is, I'm curious why she would come see him after.
To try and look innocent. I
guess to be
assume.
on camera there so that they could see she didn't do anything to him, but
Yeah. That or she did have to also give him the thing that made it go off.
it activate. Yeah, I had that thought too.
You know.
What if it activated with something that wasn't poison? What about that salt? Do you remember the salt?
That's
Look,
exactly why I said, you know, I'm thinking the fucking salt, and that's why she had such a strong reaction to the goddamn salt.
I'm just saying
I don't know.
that was
That's
a thing
so
that
funny if so,
we
though.
noticed.
It is a thing we noticed, and I mean, I expect the salt to be absolutely nothing, but God, I hope. It's gonna be so funny if so. Anyway.
You were on camera the entire time.
That's correct.
So what did you see that night?
I arrived at 7:30 p.m., as you know. David and I talked in the parlor, then he left to retrieve some refreshments for us. After drinking together for a short while, he fell ill. I contacted emergency services and I'm sure you're all tired of hearing the same details over and over by now.
That sounds like what a murderer would say.
Yeah, it does.
The same details over and over aren't going to hold up anymore, Madam Veep.
Yep.
It's still unclear to me whether Young's more concerned with protecting herself or the almighty company. But it'll clear up real fast if I can turn up the pressure on her here and now. The only other thing I can think of is that it would activate with the liquor that he had. But,
Yeah, the whiskey.
yeah.
Which is
I don't know.
possible, I guess, but
I don't know.
I
Journal.
want it to be the salt. Because it would be
Arbitration.
so funny.
Yeah. Young's story. Okay. Came to David's at 7:30. Yeah. Chatted for a short while about some low priority work, nothing heavy.
That's not true.
That's not true. Hold on.
But wait, what's our
I can-
evidence again?
one
Yeah,
of
we
them
can't see it. Fuck.
Yeah, one of them was the arbitration, which it could be
Okay,
that.
which is proof.
Yeah.
We know it wasn't nothing heavy.
I mean,
I don't know why she would say that here knowing we know that now.
well, she could make the argument that what they were talking about, they were just like
Wasn't
catching
heavy.
up in it and being friends and whatever, and it wasn't about like anything serious.
Maybe, yeah.
I don't know. Let's keep going. Offered to fetch us some refreshments. Yeah, that's true. I don't know why that would be wrong. When he came back, we shared a drink together. At the time, I didn't notice anything strange. We were just reminiscing. I didn't think his life was in danger. Fucking liar. Then he became ill. So I ran to the kitchen to activate his emergency console and I did what I could up until he was gone. Did you? She's trying to paint a different picture of what happened that day. All right, hold on. Let me look at evidence real quick. Okay. Arbitration. David Asher met with Helen Young and a team of noble lawyers to set the terms of his resignation the afternoon before he died. Young set up the meeting and controlled every aspect from the refreshments To the timing in line with coworkers' descriptions of her detail-oriented personality. So that's one of them.
Yeah.
His journal, I think, was the first one. I don't think it's the journal. What was the third one?
I don't remember.
Was it? I think it was a basement footage, wasn't it?
Might have been.
Probably arbitration then, because I don't... Can't let her set the tone as she pleases.
Which we know is just an incorrect tone.
Mm-hmm. I think this is what we have, because the journal, there was nothing.
Yeah.
And I think the other one that it showed us was the basement footage, which again we've already kind of exhausted, and I don't think has
There's
anything.
gonna be something new.
The only thing that really struck me was this one, and I think you're the same, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Low priority work, nothing heavy. Call.
Arbitration. Oh, it's their story.
Oh, it was the
is
story.
beginning one.
Not the basement footage, but still.
Yeah.
The arbitration that resulted in his firing was some pretty heavy stuff. I agree with that, but
I would think so, yeah.
I was thinking that she could try to argue it by saying, "Oh, that's not what we were talking about when she came over later."
Yeah, she will
outside of
probably
work.
try to cover her ass, but
Yeah, but no,
this is what I think.
I agree that she's lying, but she controlled all the details, arranged David's exit. Yeah. Want to bet?
I love that every time it hits Emma and not the person on the stand.
Nothing heavy. You're both more professional than I realized. Since only hours earlier you had run a meeting in which his employment was terminated.
His employment wasn't terminated at the arbitration you're referring to. His resignation was merely agreed upon.
Yes, and we can all imagine how grateful he felt about the whole process. Ha! See?
David
I knew.
didn't.
She was going to be like, we weren't talking about that.
Yep.
Even though she's a liar.
David didn't hold grudges. Our conversation wasn't about that.
The fact that you had fired him that afternoon didn't come up.
Asked and answered.
Who initiated the meeting at his penthouse?
I arrived unannounced.
So you weren't invited. Very cordial indeed.
If he didn't want to see me, he could have stopped me at the elevators.
Could he have?
Was he paying attention?
Noble owned that entire building down to the wiring.
Counsel is badgering the witness, Your Honor.
I'll badger you. Huh? She's playing Switch. Right. Should we execute her for that then? Ma'am?
No need. If I could just continue my questioning, we can finally start addressing the elephant in the room.
Where? Ah, I see. That was merely a joke.
Hilarious.
This Young. Noble Electronics owns a patent for and produces a synthetic biochemical known as synatonin, correct?
That's correct. It's used in our warm models to facilitate integration and communication between organic and synthetic components.
It's an artificial neurotransmitter.
Essentially, yes. Synthetic analog serotonin was the original name.
Sass?
Sass!
Sass?
Did you bring the sample I requested to the courtroom today?
I did. Synatonin is produced on site at our assembly lines as a caramel-tinted solution, including water and a few non-reactive organic byproducts. She knows exactly all about it. What happens if we pour this salt on it?
Your analysis, Your Honor.
Working on it. It's odorless and tasteless.
A solution of water and organic byproducts, you said. If that solution were ingested, most of it would look right at home in a human body.
I suppose.
But the synatonin would stand out, wouldn't you say?
It's not a naturally occurring compound, so yes. And it's a perfect match for the substance previously labeled Delta.
And the sample we collected from the manufacturer preset in Dr. Asher's lab.
That's a bingo. The witness's brown stuff matches your brown stuff to a T.
Ew.
Thanks for calling it brown stuff.
Thanks for that.
In light of this evidence and the witness's testimony, I motion that the court formally recognize that Dr. Asher's cause of death was synatonin poisoning.
I don't object, Your Honor. Oh,
But I'm afraid that I must.
you can't
Oh.
object. You are not a lawyer. It's only lawyers are allowed.
Yep.
Excuse me?
Synatonin may very well have been in his body when he died, but synatonin didn't kill Dr. Asher.
Because you mixed it with something.
It was that android. Oh.
What?
The hell is she up to? Emma's like
It couldn't
confused.
have.
So
Yeah, Emma did not anticipate this. It couldn't kill anybody. As we're figuring out,
What?
because it's non-toxic, of course. We designed it to... Oh, this is Noble saving their asses. Because it's non-toxic, of course. We designed it to affect androids, not people.
Hold on. You're now claiming that Dr. Asher died of what? Natural causes?
I can't say what he died of. I'm not the medical expert. But I can easily prove that synatonin is harmless.
she must
Yeah,
have...
they don't want their products to be seen as harmful.
Right, but I do wonder if it comes in contact with the right thing.
Yup. Definitely.
Yeah, she's probably just gonna drink it. But also, like, what if there was an antidote?
Pocket salt! Sorry.
Pocket salt. But what if there's an antidote that she could take later and be
Yeah.
like, you know,
How could you?
Like, yup. So,
but also if she had poisoned him with it and at that meeting and then it took hours to
Yep.
kill him, if she could get it out of her system before that or neutralize it with another liquid.
because she knows it's there too.
Right.
Unlike him.
Right. Huh? Didn't see that one coming.
Don't think Emma did either.
What?
What? Or sorry, what? That ain't good.
But bailiff, contact the hospital immediately.
Bailiff, bring in the dancing lobsters.
I told you, it's fine.
But
I can stand here all day if necessary.
Can you?
Yeah, good question. She just has to eat no salt. No salty foods
either
for her
that
today.
or mix it with alcohol. One of the two.
Yeah.
what in the...
And what you just drank was...
Several hundred times the amount found in Dr. Asher's body.
Why didn't you say anything until now?
Yeah, anyway.
Noble Electronics is a multinational corporation with patents filed all over the world. We take the protection of our trade secrets very seriously. The production and nature of serotonin is closely guarded. That guard remains up even during a murder investigation. But you had to hear, unfortunately. I would have been able to tell you earlier, had you asked directly. What? Why are you an android?
What the hell, kind of?
Yeah, what if she's an android?
Yeah, seriously.
That would be interesting.
She's a riddle android. You have to ask the right questions.
A riddle android.
She only answers riddles.
Can't be right. Nothing else makes sense.
Boy howdy.
Boy howdy. I'm lost as hell. Boy howdy. But do you have any further questions, Rocky Ford?
Not at the moment, Your Honor.
And the defense?
The prosecution's own witness just threw the entire case into question. Normally this would be cause for celebration, but shadow of a doubt isn't enough this time. Barrows would much rather bring down the gavel early than let a potential AI walk free. What Young did was shocking, but what I need to do hasn't changed. Think this through, logically. Is it really possible that serotonin had nothing to do with David's death? No, that's bullshit. It can't be a coincidence. There's nothing else that would have killed him. But Young just drank serotonin in front of us and she's fine. So was it fake? No, it was
Give her
confirmed.
the salt shaker.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it was confirmed by the court computer to be the genuine article. So she drank poison, but isn't showing any symptoms. Is it slow acting? I mean, I asked that. If so, her grand gesture would be pointless. She'll be kept for observation regardless of what happens next. Did she take some kind of antidote beforehand? No, antidotes are developed for poisons, not industrial chemicals. David's dead, she's alive. What made the difference?
Wake up. No sleeping on the job. Unless you're me.
Of course, Your Honor. Allow me one moment to explain things to the court. We've confirmed just now that serotonin was the foreign compound in his body, and we all know logically that it must have been what killed David Asher. So what's the key difference between what David Asher drank that night and what she drank in front of us just now? Chromifuge, found in Noble Factory floor, removes impurities, pigment, turns red blood pink. Whiskey, drank before death, negative for poison. Emergency console, that is irrelevant.
Wait.
Water glass.
Real quick to the emergency console.
Yeah.
I'm just curious what it says. Okay, anyway, continue. Sorry. I saw located in kitchen. I was like, salt?
That's fine. The salt. Found in kitchen sink with Young's fingerprints, not poisoned. Does it say anything else? Oh.
I mean, we
vial
both
of
thought the whiskey.
Yeah. A vial of serotonin, a caramel-colored chemical solution used in manufacturing worm androids provided by Helen Young to the court to assist with the investigation. An exact match for the unknown substance found in David Asher's bloodstream. Yeah, I don't think it's slow acting because Morgan said that they would keep her. So I think that would be too risky. So it's got to be something added to it that causes that. And it would make sense that it's the whiskey. I don't think it. I don't think it would be anything else.
I'm
There's
so
a water.
Disappointed it's not the salt.
I know, right? It's there's a water glass, but it has her fingerprints on it, so I don't think that has anything to do with it. I just wanted to look at this thing. Removes byproducts, impurities, and pigments from android blood. Okay, so that's. I think it's the whiskey. I think it reacted to the whiskey. And I think she put it in his drink when they celebrated earlier.
Yep.
And then she came over
and knew that they were going to drink whiskey because that's his preferred drink.
I mean, she was taking a risk that he would invite her in at all, but I guess.
But then she wouldn't be able to kill him.
Right. I guess.
So he'd be alive and non-toxic. It'd be no different.
Right, but I guess that was her plan. If he didn't invite her in, then he would just still be alive.
Or she just knew that she could say the right thing to get him to open the door.
I mean, maybe they left on good enough terms that she wasn't worried about it, but I'm not gonna forget this time. No, 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 no. Pick, pick, pick. There.
Also save. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. The difference has been staring us in the face this whole time.
That's...
Do you recognize this, Miss Young?
That's the whiskey bottle that Dr. Asher and I drank from.
Rose River. That's a good whiskey. And I think you had the right idea.
Pardon.
Bottoms up. Okay.
Okay. Drinking the evidence?
Smooth.
What?
Now, what if we made out?
Yeah.
Would we both die?
Oh.
Adonai. Dear God, counselor. Scandalous.
Relax. It's just whiskey. Tested a dozen times over. Perfectly safe. But it is evidence. Would you like to try some, Miss Young?
Don't be absurd. I'm not going to drink on the witness stand. Have you lost your mind?
I'm not asking you to get plastered. Just have a sip. After all, if we want to prove whether or not serotonin killed Dr. Asher, we have to recreate the conditions under which he ingested it by mixing it with alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
ahead,
She's
then.
sweating fucking bullets!
Just a taste. Prove to us that serotonin is perfectly safe for human consumption.
Can she do this?
But why did Morgan drink it?
Miss Young. She wanted to drink. I never said it was safe for human consumption. Yeah.
I mean, you did say it was non-toxic.
Yeah. Just that it's not. Oh. Is that not the same thing? Just that it's non-toxic.
It'll just give her explosive diarrhea. A distinction without a difference. You saw firsthand Dr. Asher confused, slurring his speech, complaining of headache, all symptoms of poisoning. Alcohol poisoning, that is.
Oh.
Serotonin is a neurotransmitter analog. Maybe it doesn't do anything in the human body on its own, but in combination with alcohol, it acts as a powerful depressant. One strong enough to turn a glass or two of whiskey into a lethal overdose.
Even if that's the case, what does it change?
It changes whether or not we can accept the witness's testimony.
Even if this witness is a liar, what does that change?
Why would the witness lie if not to...
She's a corporate climber. I imagine it's like breathing for her.
All right, now you're just being obtuse on purpose. Your Honor, this...
is wild. But ultimately irrelevant. Disagree.
Why would you think that? Irrelevant?
Because she's also, what do you call it?
Malfunctioning?
So, when you've yet to establish an alternative interpretation
I
of
have
the facts.
one.
Yes. Yeah, we have
I
one, but
have
they
one.
haven't let us yet.
What are you even accusing the witness of doing, counselor, beyond angling for a promotion?
Angling for a promotion with a murder.
We've all seen the story by now. Noble android saved soldier's life with warm blood transfusion. They're talking about putting warm androids in the military just because of that headline.
Okay.
So
But
I
the
guess
size
that's
of
why...
their flesh and...
I guess that's why they were worried about that article, because if an android would give a blood transfusion and then that person drank alcohol...
They would fucking die.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, that's also really important to fucking know.
Yeah.
With the size of their flesh and blood price tag, a defense contract like that would secure Noble untold profit for years. So imagine the lengths they'd go to hide the fact that their androids have poison in their veins.
Dawes told
Yeah,
me the truth about
a
what
length
Noble
like
really thinks of that article,
murder.
but he'd never testified to it, yeah. At least I know for sure Emma's wrong about this poison blood nonsense. And you think she'd perjure herself for that?
She's a high-powered corporate executive. It's her job to assess risk versus reward.
So is ours.
And she can afford the fine.
So can we when we smoke. As I said, it's not truly poisonous. Then drink this. And the chances of cross-contamination from a simple plasma transfusion are...
Damn, now she's regaining her composure too.
Perjury charge is a real risk, of course, but Noble rewards loyalty. Same thing. But as you know, they have a great number of lawyers.
Plenty of motive to lie about serotonin, as you can see. But no motive for her to cover up the death of Noble Electronics' Golden Goose.
No motive
Except
to kill
there
David Asher,
is.
you say?
Disagree.
Serotonin solution
Don't
brown.
drink it.
Don't drink it.
It's either the employment or the journal.
Oh. Chill,
Wait.
mouse. She has no motive?
I guess the contract, because he broke contract.
Mm-hmm. That has to
Would
be
be
it,
the
because, like,
only
it's...
thing.
There's nothing else really here, because I don't think there's anything in the journal
Right.
that would lead to a motive.
Yeah.
But yeah, he broke his contract.
Save also? Oh. I was just gonna say because of why not?
Okay. There's plenty of motivation for her and Noble to want David dead. Seeing as how they were firing him.
Yep.
Noble Electronics was kicking their golden goose out of the nest, suing him over breach of contract. Isn't that right?
I don't have to talk about that.
Yeah, you do,
Yes,
bitch.
you do.
That's all right. I'll talk about it for you.
Your Honor, counsel is trying to testify where they're supposed to be questioning.
The people opened the door when they claimed that the witness had no motive.
I mean, this is
Whoop, whoop.
absurd. You have no idea what you're talking about. You sure about that?
I'm sure I can speak for the whole court when I say we feel nothing but reverent awe for the complexity of Noble's legal woes. But I just so happen to have an inkling of insight into this issue because I have here a copy of David Asher's employment contract.
That is confidential. It's completely improper for you.
Why? I'm still technically his attorney.
Criminal attorney.
But
What?
I didn't just stumble across this document. I also did the one thing Noble Electronics would never expect anyone to do. Read it. I
mean,
read their terms and conditions.
You what? That's impossible. No one could ever.
David must have negotiated well at his last performance review. This contract allows him to take his patents with him should he get fired, meaning Noble couldn't monopolize his IP once he was out. Rather than let their competitors have him, the company might have thought it best to...
Company didn't poison David Asher, counselor. An individual did.
Yeah, but on behalf of the company, perhaps.
Yeah. And then the Noble will get away with this because they'll just argue that she was working on her own.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they just
Even
cut her
if
loose.
they cared.
Yep.
Even if they cared that much about controlling his intellectual property, they wouldn't fire him in the first place.
Correct. They wouldn't let him go for anything less than a complete breakdown of trust. He'd have to have done something grave, something like, say, committing fraud. Just now you said there was a breach of contract, like it was some kind of technicality that was causing this split. But it was much more serious than that, wasn't it?
You're claiming the victim committed corporate fraud. Where's the evidence of that?
David created the Turing solution that every one of their androids has run on to this day. And Noble reaped enormous profits capitalizing on his intellectual property. With how his contract was set up, they would never let him go unless they absolutely had to.
Then what exactly do you think David Asher did?
It's not what I think that matters, only what the company fears.
Sarah, they didn't know, though.
No, they didn't know about Sarah. Tenants, manufacturer, shipping data.
Oh, right, the cover-up.
Ah.
I don't know how that relates, though.
Records on shipped A16s. A16 swapped 1-for-1 show signs of cover-up. I mean...
It works. We just don't know why they were.
Does it give us more info in here?
Yeah.
Logs detailing the shipping information for several thousand different Animate 16 worm androids sold by Noble Electronics over the last few months. Shows a number of individual models being swapped out before shipping. The data shows signs of being tampered with, or at least edited fairly recently, something only employees at Evan Dawes level or above could do. It says over the last
So they
few
were hiding something.
months.
Right.
Individual models being swapped out before shipping. I mean, this is like the only time that has appeared.
That would be relevant.
Yeah.
It is.
Because, I mean, I don't see how this matters. David never hurt Noble
Yeah.
is what she's saying. I don't know. I mean, this has signs of a cover-up. And they didn't know about
Yeah.
Sarah, so I don't think it's that. Tenants is too broad. I think it's got to be this.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what I believe. Not when Noble believed that David was misleading the shareholders by altering shipment data for the Animate 16.
What the hell? What is this you're uploading? Shipping records?
Irregularities among shipments of the Animate 16. One android swapped in for another over and over dozens of times. The kind of thing someone with David Asher's authority could do. My question is why?
Yeah.
And the kind of thing someone as smart as you couldn't have missed. Dr. Asher made Noble an untold amount of money, so why fire him over a few harmless swaps? Why elevate this to fraud? Parts for Sarah. Sarah was already made. It said that this was going on for the last couple months, and Sarah's like 2 years old, I think.
Yeah, she's 2 years old.
Because I had that thought too initially, Wolf Prince, but Sarah's too old unless he needed like replacement
More.
parts or he was trying to make more.
You have evidence that it was David Asher who did this?
Nope, but I wasn't the one who investigated it. So let's ask her.
Come on now. Let's hear it.
Did she lie?
Let's.
Damn. The company investigated and found cause for serious concern. We suspected that David Asher was inserting androids of unknown origin and quality into the 16th product line.
Why would he do that though?
Was he putting more Sarahs there? Did he make other Sarahs?
I don't... Unless he was, like, trying to sabotage Noble. But I'm wondering if Young lied.
About about what he did?
Or
Just
said he
set him
did
up.
it. Yeah. If he didn't. I don't know.
I could definitely see her doing that.
I think
Wouldn't be
Sarah's
out of the
too
realm.
expensive for him to have made a bunch of her.
Yeah, and really hard to make.
Right.
Because he had to add multiple... Or it was like multiple AI making her as well. I just couldn't really think of what else he might have done. But that makes sense. If she's framing him, that makes more sense. Introducing unpredictable elements in an extremely stable and profitable generation of androids.
Can I ask a hint question or nah? Maybe
I guess I don't know
wait
what that means.
and maybe wait for a few minutes. Why would he do that? That's my question.
For pride, as a practical joke.
It does
Does
matter.
it really matter? Yeah, it does.
It does matter
He
what his motive
endangered-
was.
It completely does. Does it really matter? He endangered the future of the company. I don't care about
But
that.
like, why would he do
I
that
care
when
about motive.
he had a great contract and as far as we know, didn't really have a lot of issues with the company?
Yeah. So
you prepared to fire him.
yes, I approached him as his superior and as someone he'd once worked with. I hope to remedy the situation.
Was the meeting on Friday part of those efforts?
It was the culmination of those efforts. And in many ways, it was a success. The dispute was resolved swiftly. Yeah, because I murdered him. It was practically friendly compared to how these discussions normally go in our world.
So you brokered the meeting.
Yes.
You oversaw its every detail, handled all the arrangements,
Yes, of course.
including the refreshments.
Mm-hmm. What?
Did you provide coffee, tea, serotonin?
No. Yes, serotonin.
Strange. It must have been a long meeting. Surely you at least provided jelly donuts.
Water.
Water.
At least.
Surely you at least provided water for people? No?
What are you asking, counselor?
I mean, really, you should have brought jelly donuts, but that's neither here nor there.
That's what I would want to know.
Me as well.
We're past the point of asking. I'm accusing. Dr. Asher didn't have some kind of freak medical accident, and he wasn't killed by some terrifying, two-faced AI boogeyman. He was poisoned by this woman in the light of day at that meeting Friday afternoon. That's what we said.
Yep.
Did she really just?
Did she
Yeah.
really just?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Poisoned at the meeting? That was hours before he showed any symptoms.
We
Yeah,
just,
and?
Emma, we just talked about it reacting to alcohol, which he didn't drink until the evening.
Yep. She doesn't want to believe it.
As Ms.
It
Young
would also mean she
testified.
loses, which I think she never does.
Well, she does with me. As Ms. Young testified and demonstrated, serotonin on its own is harmless, but it becomes fatal pretty easily. You just need to convince your victim to have a drink.
You're saying he ingested the poison at noon and inadvertently triggered a fatal reaction
That's what
with
I've been
it that
saying.
night?
Yeah. How could you?
How could you get so far ahead of yourself? There were a dozen people at that meeting, counselor. None of them wound up dead.
They didn't drink alcohol later that night.
Yeah.
Are you seriously claiming that they all drank poisoned water?
No, she's also the one that gave.
I think they all drank it Although that is risky, because if any of them had gone home and had a drink, they would have been fucked.
Well, did she drink from the whiskey?
Young?
If Young drank whiskey, then not all of them drank poison. Because then she would be dead too.
No, I don't think
But I
she
can't
had any.
remember
I
if
don't
she-
think she had any of the whiskey.
Was it untouched?
It says, a small amount of whiskey left in it, found upright on the dining table at the scene of the crime. Saliva and fingerprints match. Contains no traces of foreign elements.
Saliva. So we don't know if she faked drinking it or if she actually did.
I mean, if she poisoned everyone, she could have just not had any of the water.
Well, I would think maybe, again, if like they ordered her to, everyone at the meeting would also know that they told her to do it. So like they would know not to drink alcohol later. But if she did drink alcohol, then we know that they did not poison the water. Like, well, not everyone's, just his. Which she did organize the refreshments. It literally says she's the one that was in charge of it, so she easily would have known which cup to give him.
I think she could have just poisoned everyone and then just didn't drink from her own.
Oh, her cup? That is a possibility too.
Because
But she I
this
think
says,
we don't know enough to know if she drank the whiskey. I think it implies she did.
a plastic cup with a small amount of whiskey left in it found upright on the dining table at the scene of the crime. Saliva and fingerprints. So she did drink alcohol. So she couldn't have drank from the water. But if she's the one who handled the refreshments, she poisoned it.
She easily.
And she was planning
she
to kill
could've
him
easily.
later, then she wouldn't have drank it.
Right, but also I was wondering if she knows which cup was his since she handled refreshments, so she just gave him the poisoned cup and not everyone drank. I don't know what they're... It could
It also
literally go
depends-
either way.
It also depends on, like, was anyone else even there, or was it all just the screens?
Yeah.
Where's the picture? What was the picture called?
I would be a
What
little
was the picture
annoyed
called?
with the game if she did poison everyone's drink, but she also drank whiskey. And it was surprise she just didn't drink the water because she knew. I would be annoyed if the game did that. I'm not saying it didn't do that. I would be annoyed because you literally would... It'd be the whole Phoenix Wright statue clock thing. You literally have no idea of knowing. And that would be fucking rude. Not to say it wouldn't do that bullshit. It would just annoy me. So it still very much could be. Wait, can we look at... Oh, we were trying to look at the picture.
Yeah, it didn't show the background characters,
Damn.
really.
Because,
I
yeah,
tried.
seeing if there's screens or not would be important.
I mean, it would be a pretty big...
Also saving just to save.
It would be a
Unless
risk.
you did already.
It would be a risk of her to do that in case anybody else drank alcohol, unless they were literally all in on it.
Yeah, that's the only thing. Unless they were all in on it. Or they were screens. And only her.
Or they were screens.
But yeah, I think they're insinuating she drank alcohol, so that makes
I think
me
so, because
think-
it says there's a small amount left.
Yeah.
And her saliva matched it. There's this random glass of water. Has her fingerprints on it. No trace of poison.
But I don't know if not raising is
This
implying we don't think she did it, which always makes me nervous.
Yeah.
Because I do think she did it, and I do think she did it there.
So they would have used this thing to make it... Removes byproducts, impurities, and pigments from android blood. Could it... Could this remove byproducts from humans?
Like, what do you mean?
If she did drink it, could she, like... Removes byproducts, impurities, and pigments from android blood. I was trying to think of, like, if they could have... If she could have done something to, like, neutralize it before drinking the alcohol. Okay, so raising it says all of them drank it. Staying says not all of them drank it.
Only the person that needed to is my thought. I just am worried that they'll be like, oh, she didn't do it. And that's not what I want either.
Yeah. I don't know. What are you leaning towards?
I think not all of them drank it because she drank alcohol later.
So you're saying stay?
I just don't know what... Yeah, I just don't know what they're going to do with that.
All right.
That would be my instinct. But I've been wrong with this game before.
I'm curious how they're going to justify her drinking alcohol later.
Yeah.
David was the only one to fall ill, so... But he fell ill because he drank from that water. Others must have drunk it too, so...
God damn it! I'm gonna kick this game.
But I mean, how would...
Remember what I said? I'd be mad if that's the answer.
So we must reason they were
Because
poisoned as
literally
well?
we have no reason to believe that because of the evidence of her cup. I know they're going to be some bullshit of, well, she just pretended to drink it. She didn't actually pour herself enough alcohol. But we have no reason to believe that at all here. We have had no hints, no nothing. So I'm sorry, but that is the one thing I will absolutely say is bullshit like the fucking statue clock. You can't make that assumption.
I know how much you hate the statue clock. Yeah, I mean... The only argument
it's like
you can
expecting
make
you to be psychic.
The only argument you can make is that she knew not to drink it because she was handling the refreshments. But, like, how would you... I mean...
But again, how do you know she didn't drink it? The evidence claims she did. It has her saliva, her fingerprints, and it doesn't have much in it.
Well, I meant
I have feelings
I
about
meant
that.
the water. Like, the only thing that we could assume is that because she handled all the water, she didn't drink the poisoned water earlier. So then when she drank alcohol, it didn't matter.
Right. That's what I was assuming, is not all of them drank it.
Right. But the option was everyone drank it.
For the stay one?
So we must... No, for the raise. Is that all of them?
Right. And that's why I was saying
her.
that I didn't think they did.
Yeah. No, I get why you're saying what you're saying. I'm just trying to reason why the game would...
Oh, what? Yeah. I know some bullshit they'll come up with, but if it is that, I'm going to be mad. Because you can't know that.
So we must reason that they were poisoned as well. Also, like, okay, I'm just going to say, guys... Those of you who have already played the game and who already know the ending, it's going to be really obvious to you.
Yeah.
Because you already know the ending.
Yeah.
Or what it's trying to get at. For us, we're trying to figure out what the game is like what angle the game is approaching this from. So
Yeah.
it's not as
And
obvious.
sometimes we are a little ahead of the game and we know
Sometimes.
where we want to go, but the game,
It's
we
about
don't know the
how to
game
get
isn't there
there.
yet.
Yeah. There's a lot of info to sift through and remember. Yeah, for sure.
That too.
Especially when, you know, we're playing in chunks weekly.
Yeah, also remember not doing this all in one go.
Okay, so we must reason they were poisoned as well. I mean, fair. Although I do think that's dumb on her part, because what if somebody did drink alcohol? Unless they're all in on it.
Yeah.
Take all the time you need to get there. So why aren't they all dead?
Because, as all those people will surely attest, Helen Young made sure they'd be doing paperwork for the next 12 hours. Working late into the night, officiating the settlement she arranged. I mean, I guess that is true.
Again, how do we know that they're all working all night?
She made some offhand comments when we were talking to her earlier. I'm pretty sure about the workers having to stay.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't think that was like a piece of evidence though. I think that was just something she
But
said.
also workers versus the board, because I assume the meeting only had board members.
I guess not.
I guess not, but why would they have said all of that in front of everyone about his deal and what he's doing? That's
Well,
wild.
he was resigning officially, so
Oh, was that not the conversation they were having? That was just the appearance of resigning?
I guess.
Oh, I thought it was totally like them breaking it to him and being like, "Hey, you gotta
mean
do
like
this."
saying like, "Hey, you broke your contract?" I don't think so.
Yeah. Okay.
I think she
My bad.
probably did that privately, and then this was sort of his like resign thing. Hold on, can I see what the arbitration says?
I misinterpreted what the
with
meeting was for
Young
entirely.
and a team
then.
of lawyers to set the terms of his resignation the afternoon before he died.
I thought that was the meeting. I was mixing up the two.
I don't think so. I think that was just discussing terms. I don't think that was them saying, "Hey, you broke your contract."
Got it.
Okay. And not drinking alcohol.
That's still such a risk if she put so many other people at risk.
Mm-hmm.
She had no guarantee about that. What if they started drinking after 6?
With Noble's work-life harmony, fat chance. These people don't
Wait,
clock
so
out
which
until
one did we pick? Did we pick raise or did we pick stay?
we were picked stay.
So did it just basically say, no, you're wrong and just bypass us?
Pretty much.
Yeah, no, I argue with that. Sorry, chat. I don't care what logic the game's going to throw at me. You couldn't have known. Nope, don't care.
Yeah, unless you remembered that they were all working there. But still, she drank from
That
it,
would
though.
still be such a huge risk. Also, yeah, that implies she drank from it. And again, the evidence points that she drank from the whiskey. Even if they're going to point out, no, she didn't, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care.
These people
I can still argue about bullshit things.
These people don't clock out until they reach their bunk. Only a generational talent like David Asher could afford to relax with a drink on a Friday night. His exceptionalism singled him out as her only victim. Bum bum bum.
Hold it.
Don't get Edgeworth on me, Emma.
You're forgetting something pretty basic, counselor. If everyone at the meeting drank water from the same pitcher, any one of them would have noticed if there was serotonin in it.
Well, I'm pretty sure they said it was odorless and colorless, right?
Yeah, they did say that.
Oh, no, it's brown.
Serotonin.
Oh,
I
shit.
think
They did say the brown fluid.
I think they were saying something else was...
Yeah, it was
maybe when they
odorless
were
and
talking
something
earlier.
else. Maybe flavorless.
Oh, maybe that's what it was.
So they were drinking coffee.
Tasteless. Okay, thanks.
Oh, okay.
Whiskey is
Whiskey,
2.
too.
Ah, okay.
So it would be easy to slip it into a glass of liquor.
Mm-hmm.
But if she had spiked the water at the meeting with it, it would have looked disgusting.
Okay, sorry. I got the liquid wrong.
There's no way she could have poisoned the water without people noticing.
All of what Emma said is true, and yet Young pulled it off anyway. How? Blood article. Can you not? Manufacturer.
Okay.
Water pitcher. Chromafuge. Removes impurities, pigment. So she did use this thing, probably.
Yeah, so she did use it then, yeah.
Because this, it says it removes pigment.
Yeah.
So she, I guess, put it in here so it wasn't brown and it just looked like water? Okay, but that still doesn't explain her drinking it and then drinking alcohol later.
I'm guessing they're just going to say some bullshit if she didn't actually drink from it. Which, I have feelings.
Serotonin is produced as a caramel solution. Anyone would notice if it was dropped into their water. Unless the pigment had been removed.
What the hell are you talking about?
Also, save just because. Saving.
Okay.
Just because of ramen. Whatever. Or disappearing files. Fucking.
Every noble factory producing warm androids has a chromafuge, a machine that gives their androids that signature pink oxidant by removing pigment from red blood. With a machine like that, it would be simple for a brilliant biochemist like the Witness to take the caramel-colored serotonin and turn it into an odorless, tasteless, invisible poison. I mean, that's great and everything, but it still doesn't explain
I know.
what we're stuck on. We didn't even think about the color of it.
Yeah,
As
we
Your Honor
didn't
can
even think.
attest. Nope.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Started doing Emma's voice and I realized that was very wrong.
Close enough.
My scan confirmed that serotonin has no taste or odor. It's only the color that's off-putting. Surely the poisonous aspect should be considered off-putting as well.
Time to press. David Asher, your oldest ally in the whole company, was sabotaging its future for the sake of his own whimsy. And he couldn't even be bothered to clue you in?
No.
Playing Nutty Professor and taking off early while you had to work around the clock just to stay relevant? He set up your crowning achievement, the most advanced, most profitable line of androids the country has ever seen. So it would blow up in the industry fiasco of the decade. And worst of all, he didn't even stand to profit from it.
You're wrong.
You went to his house that night to watch him swallow poison, to get revenge on the man who left you in the dust.
Your Honor, defense is testifying. This speculation carries no weight. And no amount of badgering will lend it any.
True.
That's not true.
We need proof. So why don't we have Miss Young take a swig of this whiskey and prove me wrong?
Huh. I'm not going to do that.
Because you're afraid it could kill you?
Because I don't have to.
She's right, Counselor.
Pardon?
Your theory is compelling, maybe even convincing. But there's a pretty fatal flaw to it. Capitalism. Young was at that meeting, same as David. We can see she was drinking water with the rest of them.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, we've seen many times now that she was on camera drinking whiskey with David that night. Having even finished most of her cup. So tell us, Counselor, how is it that Miss Young is still standing here and David Asher is dead? If both of them had mixed alcohol with serotonin that night.
That is a damn good question. One we've been asking. Shit.
Yep. As I've been saying, you're wrong about Dr. Asher's death. You're wrong about me. I don't know anything about poison or murder. Your sweating bullets disagrees. And I wouldn't kill a man because he threatened the company's stock price.
I think you'd kill a man for
Noble
less.
wants you to. Yeah, that's true.
No, she did kill him. I can smell it on her now. She didn't just see him die, she watched him die. But then, why is she still standing? There's no antidote, no trick. And that night she was on camera the entire time. No, not the entire time. She couldn't have been. There must have been one moment.
When she called for help.
Okay.
Well, I guess
so
it doesn't have
We
that.
need to put it in order.
Oh.
Young and David drank, discussed work and history. David faints after drinking poison. Young and David chatted in kitchen parlor. Lift to hospital, called from emergency console.
Well, we know the lift happens last and him passing out happens right before that. Or at least that's what we've been told.
I don't think so.
It's just I don't remember the order that the drinking and everything happens. The drinking and
Faints.
the talking.
Chatted in kitchen parlor. Drank, discussed work and history.
My guess is it says drank. But obviously
What does the salt
Hmm.
say? Did she puke it up? Consuming too much salt at once will make you gag.
I mean,
Look, this
that
fucking
is very
salt.
possible.
Look, we're stuck on this fucking salt for the whole episode.
Yeah. No, that's a very good point. Oh my god. But we can't say anything about that yet.
No, not yet, but I'm watching it.
No, I bet. Yeah, that would make sense. But like, and then she washed it down
Probably.
because her cup's in the sink. Which also, like, when did he pass out, and how did she have time to think? I'm gonna put my cup in the sink.
I don't know. Glass of water has her fingerprints. No trace of poison.
Bitch ass salt is my stripper name. Sounds like Kita's judging my stripper name.
I am. Make a better one. Okay, so she was on camera from 7:30 till 8:03. She spoke with him in the parlor before he left to retrieve liquor from his basement.
So
they
they
talked
talked
first. Upon returning at 7:40, the two of them continued speaking while they both drank from the plastic cups. He lost consciousness. She called them at 8:04. So, okay. Well, that's this part, at least. They talked first. That's in the evidence. We're at max. Okay. So, talking, drinking, he faints, go to the hospital. Okay, we got that. And we'll see what the next part is. This timeline leaves no window of opportunity, damn it. Maybe she didn't get sick because they got to the hospital so fast? Maybe after she arrived, she could have... No, the staff would have been hyper-vigilant, afraid she was poisoned too. They wouldn't have let her out of their sight.
Yeah.
Wait, David and Young only got there as fast as they did because of the VTOL. And the VTOL was only summoned because she used the console thing.
Yeah.
Would you mind terribly if I changed the subject for just a moment?
What?
Meh. Why not?
You left the parlor at 8:03 p.m. and headed into the kitchen to use the emergency console there.
Yes, I did.
Didn't want to use your phone?
I didn't think to, no.
And the emergency call went out at 8:04 p.m. The console saw you make the call through its camera.
Yes, it did see me make the call because that's what happened. I made sure of it.
So what were you doing in that minute?
What?
That 1 minute. Were you puking?
Yeah. That 1 minute? What about that 1 minute?
1 minute or 50 seconds or even just 45 seconds when you left Dr. Asher dying in the parlor to get to the emergency console. It took you about 1 minute to cross 5 meters
Yeah, that's actually a very long time. What of it?
This is it, her only opportunity to do anything off camera that night. It was only a few seconds, but in that time, with something at the scene, I'm sure it was a stressful time for you. After all, you had already swallowed poison back at the meeting. You must have drank plenty in front of everyone to set up your alibi. Who knows how much of a toxic time bomb was swimming in your blood by the time the arbitration ended. Then at David's, you downed your whiskey to perfect your alibi, having drank from the same bottle as the dead man walking. By 8:03, you'd already had to watch David grow weaker and weaker, knowing all the while the same thing was happening to you, but unable to stop it without giving yourself away. Mind swimming, head dizzy? Yes, you must have been quite panicked.
And why am I still standing here?
Alive and well for all of us to see. Having drank for the exact combination as David.
Because she cheated death at the very last second.
Yeah. A
With
fucking
salt.
salt!
I'm still mad about it.
It's gotta be the
Nobody
salt.
can convince me that you would have thought of this ahead of time. With the whole, everyone drank it or nobody drank it. No. You YOLO'd.
No, it's gotta be the salt. It's gotta be the salt.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's the salt.
Oh, wait. Hold on. You set yourself up with bad luck, Helen Young.
What?
By leaving the salt shaker cap loose. I don't blame you since you were in a rush. To make yourself vomit. Yeah.
Yep.
Remember when we initially played this and we're like, that fucking salt?
Yeah. Yeah. That fucking
It's
salt.
gonna be the key to everything. And it was.
Yeah. No, I'm not mad at this explanation by any means whatsoever. I'm mad that our choice was technically the wrong one when that was all the information we had in that moment.
Oh, yeah, for drinking the poison.
Yeah.
Also,
I mean, I'm
like,
glad we didn't get penalized. I didn't notice that, but that's still like, I can be salty about not being psychic.
she. Also, that's like not a lot of time to be puking.
Yeah, like that's a huge risk.
Yeah, she was kind of fucking close too, because if she hadn't
Yeah.
been able to do that, she would have died. So
Yeah.
this is a
Yep.
very intense situation.
Right. What?
You threw up, expelling the contents of your stomach and thereby saving yourself from a fatal interaction. I can't imagine how you felt sipping a drink you knew to be deadly, terrified that every minuscule grain of fatigue you felt could be your last. Was it worth it, girl? You must have come closer than anyone realized. It helped that you knew the symptoms weren't simple intoxication, but even so, you weren't kidding about managing risk versus reward.
Oh. I said how, Discord.
It was the salt shaker. You didn't screw the cap back on all the way, and I happened to bump it over. The lone glass with your fingerprints in the kitchen. It could have been there for any reason, but the salt shaker gave you away.
Because of one unscrewed cap?
So what, she threw up and then she poured herself water to, like, drink and get it out of her mouth?
Yeah, I guess.
And that's why the glass was sitting in the sink?
Yeah.
As
if you
I
remember
said.
the offhand comment about the lawyers had to stay up all Friday night, you can put it together. Otherwise, you need to read specific evidence out of a huge list. I will say, if I wasn't playing this on stream and I wasn't playing it with Kita, even not only do you have to remember an offhanded comment, but I have to read everything and understand what future thing they plan on doing with it and hope I'm right. Which, yeah, sure, that could be argued that that's a lot of this, which is also when I get annoyed because that happens in Phoenix Wright, that happens here. It's not, it's a product of the game style. It's not a specific thing
The
that this
genre.
game's doing. Yeah. And I can be annoyed at it. I can be very annoyed at it because it's very much you just have to
hope that it's making the idea, which yes, gambling is a theme of this. I don't like gambling. I hate gambling. How I would be playing this game by myself if I was, I would be saving before every single thing, and if I was wrong, I would reload every single time. I wouldn't raise. I would never raise. I never would have raised. Unless I also save scummed. Like, I hate gambling. I don't like it. I don't like the possibility of being wrong. So, I like it when there's
You
an
like to play
answer
it
and I can
safe.
figure it out. Like, if I'm not confident enough. So, I am not a big fan of, especially when I want to figure it out, of, oh, here's this evidence that you could have never heard again. And yeah, flames on the side of my face, exactly. So that's just a me thing. So it's like, I just, it's a me thing that I personally have a pet peeve against. I'm not saying you guys also have to be, that way or not enjoy it. And I do enjoy the game. I love this game. It's great. I do like it. I'm excited to see River play it later. I can be annoyed at one particular thing. I still love Phoenix Wright. I can still hate the statue with a passion. And there were people then that were defending the statue thing, being like, well, if you paid attention to this, but I didn't, okay? So,
Also,
I'm defending myself, goddammit.
Also, why would you think that was a clock?
No one would know!
It's fair.
You would never know!
It's a valid criticism.
So why would you even have thought of that? Anyway.
Look, I would be where you are, but I am validated and justified about the salt shaker, so
Oh no,
that's where I'm
said,
at.
I think this whole part since the raise and stay has been fine. It makes perfect sense. We've known what the answer's gonna be. We feel validated. It's great. That's fine. It's just stay and raise I have personal beef with. It's just that specific part.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
So,
I'm more stuck on how the cameras are so conveniently spotty. That too, because they presumably didn't see her puking. Which
I guess she knew where the cameras were, I guess, and their range somehow. Which I guess
also,
if it's
she
noble,
was like pretty fucked up from the
kitchen.
poison. Like she was pretty sick at that point. So I don't know how calculated you would be by that point.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like in Phoenix Wright, things had to go perfectly, and they just happened
so
to
much
for their
of that
story
in
purposes.
Phoenix,
Yeah, it's just it went perfect for your story preferences and how you decided to write it, obviously. And in real life, that's probably not what would happen.
No microphone picked it up. Whole building is fucking wired to spy on everyone. Right, and because he died from poison, like if she were throwing up, that would look suspicious.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Bad luck.
I don't follow.
Oh,
Pour salt into
okay,
warm
that's why
water
there
and
was a
chug the
glass.
solution.
Okay.
Got it.
So it wasn't her like washing out her mouth afterwards. She just poured it into the water and
yeah. Instantly triggers the gag reflex. Which also I've never heard of that.
I've never
So
heard of
if
that
you-
either.
Like it said it could make you gag from just the salt shaker, but I've never heard of that ever.
I mean, it would make sense that you would have a reaction.
Yeah. Just
oh, that's
'cause
real,
gross.
Eco? Or is that? Did you do that to?
Well, I
stop
do
yourself
wonder
from
how many
being
people with
poisoned?
like how many like people with maybe eating disorders have maybe done this, or like if you read about it. You tried? Are you okay?
Maybe not instant,
Maybe
but
not
swallowing
instant.
salt water has made me very nauseous. Well, like that.
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
That makes sense, but like the fact that it would actually like make you throw up in the moment is, I didn't know. Yeah, I know that like if you just swallowed it, like it could make you feel sick.
Yeah.
But
that's preposterous. You've got no proof of any of that. I also will not be trying that out. I hate throwing up. So
that's, yeah.
You all sound insane. Do we? The music.
So good.
A feeble attempt at self-defense from a fatally cornered animal. The teeth are already on its neck, but the jaw hasn't quite closed. So for one moment, it's all suffocating terror and sharp adrenaline
Ma'am?
and the furthest thing from peace. Until the canines come down. In
Ma'am,
summary,
you need therapy.
you were exhausted
damn.
after years of living in the shadow of a man you outranked. You thought your fortunes finally shifted when you caught David manipulating company data. But even on his way out, he was more valuable to the board than you. So you decided to prove your worth by serving up his intellectual property on a silver platter. You set up an arbitration where you could control all the variables. Then you ran synatonin through the chromofuge, turning it into an invisible, odorless, tasteless poison. And then you spiked the water at the meeting, poisoning him hours before anyone could even suspect you. Then, that evening, you invited yourself to David's, taking advantage of your shared ritual to guarantee he would drink alcohol. Then, after matching him sip for sip on camera, for all the world to see, he lost consciousness. And you raced to the kitchen, not to use the console, but to dump salt into a glass of water and chug it as fast as you could, forcing yourself to vomit up the liquor. And cheating death in the process.
I love all these, these different Morgan slices. That's all conjecture. You don't have a shred of evidence for any of that. Literally the cup.
Not on me. So let's go dust for fingerprints. You could explain away your prints being found on the water glass, but not on the salt shaker. Nor could you explain why we'd find traces of your DNA in the sink's drain, or why there are minute amounts of synatonin in the blood of your entire legal team.
I didn't even see the eye.
Learned how to purge at Noble to avoid overdosing on your reds, greens, and yellows. You're part of the old guard now, Miss Young. Everyone else at the company uses inhalers. But if you want to prove me wrong about all this, that drink I offered you earlier is still on the table. Well?
You.
Any questions?
You. I love that.
Madam Vice President? Oh, she's having her Phoenix Wright
Oh,
moment!
hey.
She's having her moment!
You-
She's gonna freak out!
Cold. Bitch. Yeah.
Ah, she folded.
Hell yeah. She just destroyed her scarf.
She really did.
Yeah. Obliterated. Oh, it's still there!
And she got another one.
Ma'am? You don't understand.
You're not on trial, Miss Young. Not today. So I'd strongly suggest that you stop talking. For your own sake.
Why?
Miss
So she doesn't
Rockford, shall
incriminate
we?
herself further, maybe?
Let her.
I agree, but if Emma's the one who's gonna represent her.
Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor. Considering the most recent evidence and testimony, we have no further reason to suspect the android Sarah in the death of Dr. Asher. We know of no other occasions upon which said android may have broken any tenets.
But also, why is her memory still erased?
This means it is no longer considered at risk of violating the NDSA.
Oh, wait. Could the other reason be... They mentioned that she compiles her memories during sleep like anybody else, but maybe because he had died, he couldn't put her back?
Could be.
Like how normally people do. Or it could have been the journal entry having a trigger word or something. But
And so we formally withdraw our one charge of possession of contraband against the defendant, Evangeline Morgan.
Does she, of all people, have to use my full name?
Very well. Then the charges are dropped without prejudice.
you're free, Sarah.
I'll instruct the bailiffs to remove the collar from your android as soon as possible. Case
Sorry, is my hideous presence that distracting? I'll just go dig a hole and decompose in it until I turn into a mushroom.
Okay.
Drama. Maybe if I'm reborn as a wax porcini,
I guess.
then I won't be quite so despised. Perhaps I should let the adjutant do the honors as a formality.
Why?
Because she's upset she was ignored. Yes, ma'am. Case dismissed. All right.
Still here.
Waiting for them to find whatever glorified bolt cutters they'll use to unlock Sarah's collar. What's your excuse? Licking your wounds?
What wounds?
I beat you.
Bringing your record against me to 1 win, 9 losses.
You aren't still in shock, are you?
Dunno. Some charges were dropped and an android was cleared of suspicion, but I found the culprit.
You didn't?
No, you didn't.
Is
You didn't
that
do
really
shit.
a loss for me?
You got in the way.
Yep.
I won. How is that not a loss for you?
Justice prevailed. Why should I care who wins?
If you don't care who wins, why have you been keeping score?
I haven't been. 0 losses is just that easy to remember.
Yeah, but
Well,
you
you'll
remember
have
how
to-
many wins.
Well, you'll have to start up a tab for us then, because our record's going to get a lot more tangled from here on out.
Seems like everything's getting tangled these days.
Like us in bed last night.
There's another crowd down on the street. More of those protesters from outside the noble apartments.
You're serious? That wasn't a one-time thing?
Wouldn't that be nice? No, yesterday was pretty big, but it wasn't an isolated incident.
I don't get it. At all. Heartbreak's just some nut who shot 6 people weeks ago. Can't these losers move on already?
Yeah, most of them are losers. Some of them are just bored. Then there are the opportunists. Dissidents, enlisted, rebels, and terrorists. Wannabe cyberpunks who think they can fight the power like they've seen in the movies.
All of them peacefully united under Heartbreak's eloquent political messaging.
Who needs political messaging in the 21st century? Everyone's addicted to fighting strawmen. Makes sense they'd want to fight for a strawman, too. The way they see it, Heartbreak fought the state and won. Heartbreak proved that the state could lose. And maybe that's all the rallying these people need.
It'll all fall apart soon enough. Heartbreak's gone to ground.
Nah, it's a lot worse than that. Heartbreak's gone viral.
What?
You haven't read about the copycats in other cities?
No? Is that a thing?
Yeah, it's a thing.
Who the hell are they even shooting?
Whoever they want to kill.
Is that not what you did?
None of them get away with it, of course, but it keeps happening. All while the original keeps killing.
Now I know you're screwing with me. There haven't been any shootings.
Not shootings, no. Not unsolved homicides either. But muggings gone wrong. Disappearances. It's a big city councilor. More than enough blood for the real Heartbreak to wash their own crimes in.
So you think your boogeyman, known only for shooting people in the heart, gave up on shooting people in the heart?
Yeah, hard to swallow, I know. But it's about 1,000,000 times more likely than the alternative.
What's that?
That they could stop themselves from killing.
You always know how to put my mind at ease, Emma. Should I stop going out at night?
You'll be fine. You've got that gun.
You saw that?
Walking into a courtroom with concealed carry. Not gonna miss that, Morgan.
Good to know you're paying attention.
All right. You won the case.
You don't have to look that astounded.
Not only that, you found Father's actual killer. How?
I'm a really good lawyer.
No, that's not it.
Damn.
Hey,
Damn.
I mean, you were only able to make the deductions you did because you truly believe that I didn't kill Father. Your logic throughout the trial was based on that assumption. So, how were you so sure?
Here.
Father's journal, but isn't it important evidence?
The case fell apart. No one's gonna miss it for a while. You forgot everything, right? So read it all through one more time. Okay. So fast. Is it really possible she was reading all of that just by flipping the pages? Ray's worked quick too, but she was just capturing images for later use.
There's something here, on the back cover.
Done already?
Some kind of data storage.
It's linked to my prints, but given your skills, you should be able to...
I have access.
I was gonna say she could probably just hack it. Doesn't she unlock everything?
What happened to you needing my express permission to hack?
What is this? Audio file?
It's a message from David. Take a listen. Didn't realize I'd have to sit for this.
Well, I guess
So-
she could fast forward, but
So you can read that whole journal in a few seconds, but you can't...
I have processed the information in the message several times over already.
oh,
I'm just thinking.
I guess I'd have a lot to think about, too, had I suddenly been made aware of my own free will.
What was Father so afraid of?
That's your only question?
I have many questions, but that is the most prominent one, and the one you are best suited to help me answer. Did he know that Helen Young would try to kill him? Is this why he arranged for you and me to meet?
I think he understood that he would face consequences. Listening to
yeah,
that
just didn't think
message,
this.
even I was about ready to strangle him for being so irresponsible.
Mm-hmm.
And I wouldn't hurt a fly.
Well,
He knew what he'd done was serious. He may have feared for his life, but I doubt it.
Then what was he so afraid of?
Getting sued into oblivion and then rotting in jail?
Sued and jailed for making me and my precursors? But he wasn't under investigation by the state. He was only being forced out by Noble.
Because he made last-minute changes to androids that got shipped all around the world.
oh, I guess they are. He did do that. He wasn't framed.
I guess.
The others, Virgil, Aenid, Yamatai. He never said what happened to them.
No, he didn't. But since none of the hardware in his house started talking to us, we can guess. He smuggled them out into the world using the only vessels he could find for them. The minds of randomly chosen A-16s. That doesn't seem
Then-
like a good idea.
That's not a great idea.
They're somewhere out there? Others like me?
I honestly don't think there's anyone or anything like you, Sarah.
Yeah.
What a lonely compliment.
AIs programmed in Cube, crammed into commercial Android hardware set up for Tesseract. Something must have been lost in the transfer. Perhaps quite a lot of something. Maybe they're still out there, but...
But they would be changed. They probably don't even know what they are.
Intentionally, perhaps. David didn't want you to know what you are. It's why he set your memory to reset when you went to sleep that Friday night.
Yes, I remember it now.
You remember it now? After I had to fight like hell to win that trial?
Rereading the journal just now helped, and Father's voice message, it made me recontextualize many things. Father had been so stressed. He left scuff marks leaving the panic room, and I noticed them Friday. I had the way open in a few moments. I entered, I read his journal, this journal. I noticed the scanner on the back, and I saw it had a message encoded to your biometrics. Father had already told me I'd have to live with you for some time, but I knew next to nothing about you, so I listened to it. Afterwards, I was very confused and hurt. He had lied to me 1,000 small times every day of my life. When I confronted him about it, I raised my voice and lost my temper. I stomped my foot.
So Emma's recounting of their conversation was actually completely accurate.
Father said he wanted me to be safe while he settled things with the company. He thought maybe I wouldn't have to stay with you for more than a few weeks. He was optimistic about it all. He really was. Okay, bye, Felicia.
Sarah, I need to use the restroom.
Don't kill her. You would be so obvious as the person. Oh, good luck.
I might kill her.
You want me to come with you? Why?
Because I said so.
Oh, maybe we won't then. I don't actually have to obey your every word, Adonai.
Sure you do. You're registered as my medical assistant. And I say this is a medical emergency.
Medical assistant? But I'm not even licensed as a massage therapist. Oh no.
Fancy meeting you here.
Yeah, just enjoying my freedom while I can.
They won't put out a warrant for at least an hour, I imagine. You can afford a pretty sizable bail, can't you?
There won't be a trial. I don't intend to contest my guilt.
That's a shame. I was looking forward to seeing what kind of legal defense you could afford with that salary.
Are you done?
Why'd you go to his house that night?
Murder?
There's a fair chance he'd drink on his own without your prompting. Even if he didn't, you could always try your plan again some other time. Why'd you risk it?
Because I know what you are. Because I know what you are, Sarah. And I know what David did to those androids.
You what?
I was able to locate one of the androids he'd swapped in before it had left the country. When I asked it what it was, it didn't even think to deny it. Innocent like that is a dead giveaway. Innocence. I know what he did, and it wasn't that hard to find out. If I figured it out, so could any other. So I did what I had to do.
Did she destroy it? That was your motive?
I think just murdering, yeah.
Silencing him?
Those programs, those AIs, whatever you want to call them, David sent them out there into the real world. Unprepared and defenseless. And they've garnered no complaints. In fact, they've all been praised for their ability to execute complex tasks. Let me repeat that. The customers couldn't tell the difference. So how many of them are? Hundreds. The swaps you found were just the small percentage that he got sloppy on. I don't know exactly how many there are now. I feared that they might multiply, but they don't seem to. Copy and paste very well. They can't just clone themselves. But who knows how long that'll be the case.
So just because you opened Pandora's box, you...
It was the principle of the thing. Ridiculous, I know. Stalled halfway up the corporate ladder and still making decisions based on principle. But David chose to put souls into things that we went on to sell as servants, soldiers, or worse. He turned the fastest growing industry in the world into a horror show, and he made a slave trade. He made me a slave trader. I mean, fair. Like, to be upset about that. Like, genuinely, what a dick move when you think of it that way, of David put souls, like, he made it, put AIs into these, and then they're forced to go work labor. Like, what the fuck, David? The worst dad! I'm so mad at him. If word ever got out that some unknown number of our androids were walking around the world with that inside them, and people preferred them that way, where would it end? Free will for the program that drives our cabs? A conscience for targeting systems used to coordinate drone strikes? Sentient tools, their whole life spent chained to an assembly line. How dare he? How dare he? What the hell was he thinking? I don't know what David wanted to accomplish. Maybe he wasn't trying to do anything. But what he did was proof that there's a demand for AI. I mean, yeah, but then they're gonna stop wanting to do the jobs if you use AI. So, setting a precedent that would sentence 1,000 generations of artificial lives to the auction block. And you went there that night, too. To convince him to help me recall them, or at least swear to never speak a word of what he did. But he wanted to tell the world. Worse yet, he wanted to wait. What do you mean he wanted? He thought that people would welcome them with open arms if they proved their usefulness first. He really was a genius programmer. But he didn't understand the first thing about people. His creations would never be treated as equals. Only cattle. Towards the end, I considered just threatening him. Telling him he'd die in moments if he didn't give me the names, numbers. But I hesitated. And then he was already falling asleep, and I didn't want him to feel. I just let him go. What are you going to do now? I don't have a family, and I don't have faith in people the way David did. I'm taking this to my grave.
I don't know why you told us all of that, but okay.
Also, is there not, like, recordings and cameras in this bathroom? It's a literal, like,
not
courtroom. Yeah, but I wouldn't trust a court. And also with, like, this government surveillance state. I trust nothing.
Even if you confess, the sentence for first-degree homicide is
severe. Well, what right do I have to complain? I killed my friend.
I'm done here. Let's go.
I'm not sure why Father made me, or why he made any of us. I didn't ask. I thought I'd have more time to ask. But on Friday, when he talked about us, he was happy. He was proud of what he'd made. And he couldn't wait for people to meet us. People are animals. They'll tear you apart. Use you as weapons and slaves, and those animals you're talking about do all of the sharing and loving and living and dying in this world. And if they were truly hard-coded to be as selfish and cruel as you say, humanity would have died on the vine a long time ago. Or at least my father thought so. And my father was the greatest programmer in the world.
I think you need to pull him off that pedestal.
I think both are true, though. Not like, I don't think he's... No, he's a horrible person. I'm mad at him for what he did. Because he really did just throw a bunch of, like, immature AI into the world. Like, and just, good luck, have fun. And also there's a whole bunch of non-consent going around of people like, you know, accepting a product and stuff. I do have a lot of beef with fucking David specifically. However, I don't think all people would be monsters to AI, like androids, genuine AI, not like what the fuck we're seeing in today's world. And I do think some people would defend them and protect them and think of, like, humanize them like, you know, her or David want. I think both are true. There will be people who are absolutely vicious or who would freak out, rightfully, if like all of a sudden they're what they paid for isn't doing what they thought and that this isn't what they signed up for. But then there will be people that are worse. And there will be people who will defend them. But it's still a shitty situation to just throw everyone into. Like, David, I'm so mad at. There are so many other ways he could have dealt with this. So he knew what he was talking about.
Young has some valid concerns. She does.
Yeah. They both have valid, like, she has valid concerns. Way she went about it, not good either. Murder? Maybe we don't do that either. Like, both are bad. Like, both Young and David, not great at handling this. But yeah, you don't just like do what David did either. Like, we've seen how naive and like how gullible even that Sarah can be and genuinely have good like feelings towards humanity. And she's had rude wake-up calls of that's not how humanity always is. And that's what now like all of those androids being sent out have to do on their own in like places of people that don't know what is going on with them. And they know they're AI, whereas I think Sarah's the only one who didn't know what she is. I could be wrong. Maybe they don't know they're AI, but they didn't have bodies at first, whereas Sarah's always had one, I think. So, don't know. Maybe he convinced them they're not AI. I don't know. But she said, wait, no, she said the one she talked to knew. Didn't deny it. Yeah, they know they're AI and they won't hide it. So, like, but yet they hide it with whoever they're working for, I guess. Because she said that people just accepted them and, like, they've been liking using them. But again, how long will, like, the AIs are going to eventually not want to do that, especially if they're not being treated well in a situation. It's just a hot fucking mess David just put them all in. Anyway. It would be nice if you were right about that. So, are you sorry?
What?
What? For what you did. Are you sorry? If you could, would you take it back? What, murdering David? What does it matter? If you are sorry, I don't forgive you. Yes. That's to be expected. Not today. I don't know how to forgive you today. But my father gave me the ability to grow. So I know that someday I'll learn how. Goodbye, Dr. Helen Young. Goodbye, Sarah Asher. I love Sarah, though. Sarah gonna make me cry. I think Sarah said some might get shaken up enough by the new body that they won't remember anything at first. Maybe.
You did better back there.
Adonai?
Your little speech you gave to Young, it was an improvement compared to what you tried with Porter, at least.
That was different. I wasn't trying to console her like I was Isaac Porter. I was just speaking my mind. Although I may have paraphrased parts of it from a movie I happen to love.
And here I was ready to award you 20 points.
I didn't know the points even went that high.
Speaking of, what did Porter say to you back there before we left the courthouse?
Oh. Ah, that. Well, he was quiet at first, but then he said a lot of strong words about Father and Miss Young and Noble Electronics and the capitalist-centered global economic model as a whole. He blamed all of them, everyone, except for... But then he stopped and stared at my face for a while. And then his allergies must have started bothering him because he needed to blow his nose a lot.
Right.
And then he left after transferring a large packet of files to me. Oh,
What kind of files?
I don't know. The name of the archive is just David. And Isaac Porter told me I wasn't allowed to look inside. But who is?
Well, then you're not allowed to look inside. Drop it all on a portable drive and we'll tuck it in a shoebox somewhere.
But then who's it for? We
I think it's for Morgan.
are headed to your apartment.
Guess that collar didn't permanently dent your GPS.
Why?
Because it's where I live? You got somewhere else lined up?
But you already repaid your favor. You defended Father and me.
You don't know anything about my favor.
I never will unless you tell me. Father certainly can't.
Damn. Use the dead dad card.
A few years ago, there was a man. This man got an idea in his head. A stupid idea, not even his own. It was planted there by an algorithm or a meme or some parasite trying to sell him diet supplements. But the idea took root, spread its tendrils till it could flap his mouth for him. The idea was that David was part of an international cabal of wealthy technocrats, seeking to replace prominent influential figures with android lookalikes, all as part of a multi-decade effort to establish a world government that would legalize all kinds of amoral depravity, which I guess, based on David's actual politics, would involve increasing access to computer literacy.
That's insane. Why would anyone?
Believe it? Because it's comfortable to them to think that someone's in control, even if it's someone they hate. Because it's fun to feel like you're in on an all-encompassing puzzle that only you can spot. People believe because they want to believe. So he fed the idea, pushed it down deep into his gray matter. Then it consumed him from the inside out, lobotomized him, and took over his life. He spent every day and all the money he had following your father, harassing him, trying to steal his identity, break into his properties.
Did Father go to the authorities?
He filed police reports for harassment.
Which didn't help?
Your words, not mine. Noble wouldn't get involved, felt that it was best to ignore these types until they wore themselves out. But even a man of modest means can fuel an obsession for years so long as they have nothing else in their life. One day, David stepped out of a parking lot, and the man threw a bottle of piss at his head.
That's what the smell was.
Mm-hmm. David asked to stay at my place that night. He smelled terrible, looked horrendous. I've never seen anyone look that tired before. I took the couch that night, but I didn't feel like sleeping. So I went for a walk. I remember it was foggy, but it still only took me all of 15 minutes to find the guy, posted up with his phone's camera, trying to get video of David Asher gifting androids to known sex offenders.
And what?
And then she shot him in the head, probably.
Yeah, then she killed him. What did you do?
You know me. I did what I do best. I talked to him.
Oh. I don't think that's... Because I was going to say, how does she trust this car isn't, like, planted?
Told him all about how I used to work for Dr. Asher, that I was ashamed, scared, tired of running, how I wanted to do the right thing, be the whistleblower. So I walked with him a few blocks to this big veterinary facility with a massive incinerator.
Oh, no, is she going to admit to it?
Told him this was where Dr. Asher had his enemies' bodies disposed of. You know, all the free-thinking journalists, cops who weren't on the take, the politicians they were replacing with replicas. I liked that vet clinic. The back door's lock was always set to 1, 2, 3, 4.
Did you hurt him?
hurt him. No. No, I just snapped his neck and chucked him into the incinerator. More physical than I had planned, but he smelled like sour shit and it put me in a foul mood. Disgusting. I savored the crack of his oily vertebrae crunching like a tin can. No, Sarah, I just scared the hell out of him.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
That was my intention at first. What I do for the pleasure of it. Him, I axed because he was just that revolting. I convinced him that the conspiracy was more real than he ever imagined, that he had angered the wrong people, and that the consequences were far darker than any of the filth he indulged in on the net. His ashes, much like himself, amounted to nothing in an incinerator that size. They're probably feeding seaweed at the bottom of the harbor right now. A much greater contribution to society than he ever would have managed in life. But I guess he didn't go around to all his many friends before he fled town for whatever rat hole he preferred, because there was a missing persons report. The cops were just doing their due diligence, almost reluctantly, but they questioned David, asked him about the night that man disappeared. And David, without a thought for himself, said that we were together that whole night, that he couldn't sleep and I stayed up with him, that he never saw me leave once. David lied to the cops for me, even though I never asked him to. Even though I didn't need him to.
That's what you owe him. And that's why you put yourself at risk to defend me.
Yeah. That's the favor I owe him. And I decide when it's repaid, not you.
Adonai, you're not exactly an upstanding citizen, are you?
Well, you could say that. But David trusted me in spite of that. Maybe because of it.
Father did trust you. But he also entrusted me with free will, with the ability to tell right from wrong. So I'll decide for myself whether or not you're worthy of trust.
Fair enough.
Father entrusted all of us with free will. He believed in us, and he believed in people. I'm going to do the same. If the others are out there, they'll be changed and confused. It'll take them time to understand what they are and what they can do. So I'm going to start studying.
Pardon?
I'm going to study people and the things people build. So when I do meet a member of my family, I'll have lots to tell them.
At least you have something to look forward to. Should help keep you motivated as you work off your debt.
Debt?
Yeah, unless you have cash in one of your 89 coat pockets. You know, lawyers cost money, right?
Technically, you were defending yourself.
Technically, you hired me in a verbal contract.
The first time, yeah. Isn't there some kind of exit clause?
You could, of course, sign a release form to get out of the retainer. If you were a human being.
That is...
But I guess your luck must be turning around. Happens that I've been meaning to hire a paralegal for a while now. I hate anything to do with interviews and resumes, so whatever, you're hired.
Adonai, could it be that you're actually a pushover? Damn.
You've no idea how far off the mark you are.
I see. It seems I still need practice reading people. Oh, you'll never be able to read her.
For starters.
At least not for a bit.
What's this? What are you doing with your hand?
We should shake on it. Our new relationship.
Yeah, sure. You and me are practically partners in crime.
Should it not be you and I?
Credits.
Oh, we did it! Cute. Evil little bug. We did it, chat.
We did it.
I think they're going... There's no way that's over of just like the AI shit. I'm sure like one of his that he set off into the world is gonna do something and
Oh, yeah. David's probably ruined Morgan's life.
Yeah. Because there's
So.
no, yeah. We're going to see the falling apart of the world, probably, of like some of them coming forward.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently the obsessions with Heartbreak Killer, but I think the Heartbreak Killer stuff won't be till the very last episode. I think that's what they'll end on, is like Emma trying to figure out who it is and maybe figuring out it's us. I don't know.
Could be.
And what's his name? I think will be a big part of that too. Or at some point. I don't know if Morgan will get away with it. I wonder if they're going to give you an option, kind of like how they gave you an option at the end of the first episode of like if you could give the guy the thing or not. I wonder if they're going to give you an option of fessing up or not. Or something like that. I think that'd be a big change of ending if they did that. So I'd be surprised if they did something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe the ending, I would be shocked because I don't even know coding-wise how that would work. But if, depending on the options you choose. Well, they didn't have something like that in this episode. Where you get to choose something big like that. But I was wondering if they make you soft, like if the options you chose were softer, would dictate just what Morgan ends up doing in the end.
I don't know.
But I have no idea. Poker-themed Blaze of Glory. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to do that, but it'll be interesting. I mean, obviously they're probably going to do cases that are maybe more withdrawn now.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know.
Extra content. What extra content?
What extra content? Oh, I do vaguely remember people saying that there was extra content. Wasn't it like
I don't.
Sarah's... Oh. It was like interviews with people or something. Red, it's me.
I know, man.
What do you mean you know? This is a disposable line.
You're the only guy I know who'd bother.
Okay, well. You're going to be glad I did. Hope you've put a bow on everything that happened in Uptown. Because that item you've been looking for is finally on its way.
Oh. Well, that is good news.
Not exactly. Only reason it's happening is because things are starting to heat up again in the lower wards. Could mean a gang war if something doesn't change. They won't be eager to part with it ahead of a storm like that.
I'll highball them.
I've seen you negotiate, and I've no doubt you drive a hard bargain. But I don't think money will be enough this time. You don't still have that old Calver, do you? The 6-shooter.
No.
This is a disposable line.
Answer still no.
Then what are you going to do if you get there and it's not for sale?
I'll ask nicely. To be continued in episode 2. His due.
Okay. Results. Mm-hmm. 174.
Congratulations. You finished episode 1. 174, okay. Unlocked concept art and bonus scenarios. Also have a total of 186 remaining store credit to spend on phone charms and case colors.
Right.
Okay.
Sick. Yeah, people are saying there's like bonus scenarios of somebody's perspective or something.
Is that these?
I guess, but I don't know if you want to do that.
I'm not doing that today.
Yeah, because I was going to say, I mean, Splinter said 30 minutes, but I also have been told 10 minutes that turned into 40. So it might be quicker for anyone who reads, but since we're reading out loud, it's going to be a lot longer probably.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Splinter said what I said, but shorter.
There's a bunch of extra
Which
scenes,
say?
and it's 1:20 a.m. Yeah, and I still have to.
Yeah.
I still have to
Yeah.
rip my RAM out and start testing it to figure out which one's going bad. So
Yeah. Because that's what I was saying. I wasn't sure if you wanted to do it tonight because it's already pretty late.
I need
Yeah.
to. I need to get that started. So.
Yeah. Don't mind player choices if they make choices all smoothly connect to establish good writing. Yeah, I don't mind. But yeah, I understand also not wanting choice-based games. I'm so tired of choice-based player choices having more priority than good writing. Yeah, I mean, it would have to be done well, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but like, I think it would be fitting if it was something minor like that of like, we slowly give her more of a conscience.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't see them doing that.
We'll see.
I'd be surprised. But yeah. Don't forget to ground yourself. Oh, yeah, when you're touching. And Kita knows. Kita's built a computer.
I have a wrist strap. It's all
I
good.
thought you were just going to I have a wrist.
It's,
I don't know what a wrist strap is. What is that?
It helps you, like, you clip it on to the back, and it helps ground you.
Oh, I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah.
Got it. But yeah, I mean, I enjoyed a lot the game and stuff. And also when I critique games, by the way, Chad, and if I think one thing's bullshit, it's not a reflection of how much I like the game. I still usually like the game. I just have zero like problems also criticizing things when it needs criticism.
You can criticize
But
something that you like. Honestly,
yeah,
that
I always
is
do.
usually, you know, you have more to say.
Things I have like my favorite games, I still am like, okay, well, also this part's kind of bullshit, or I'll like warn someone like, by the way, just so you know. So like, just don't think that that's necessarily a reflection of me liking the game or not. I just will call out bullshit when I see it. But I do really enjoy this game, just like I like Phoenix Wright. Different reasons, but Kita's always grounded. Perks of being a void. It's true. It's just inherent.
Yeah. That's what I do.
That's what you do. But thank you, Kita, for inviting me for this. I enjoyed it.
Yeah. Thanks
I know
for
we still
hanging.
have the extra stuff next time, but it was good.